Okay, so it is 9:30. We will open our morning workshop. The first item on the agenda is a legislative update from Potts and Associates, and we have Zach Kennedy on Zoom. Can you hear us, Mr. Zach?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Gosh, this is a good change. I like it.
What fun and exciting stuff do you have for us this week, sir?
Oh boy, I've got some fun scuttlebutt. Pretty short report. You know, we got budgets coming out. House and Senate transportation budgets are out, and we're kind of comparing the two. It's kind of fun because Representative Fye kind of does whatever the heck he wants, and doesn't really listen to anybody. So we're going to see how they reconcile here. So that's always a treat every year. We have it sounds like the operating and capital budgets are going to be run today, tomorrow, and maybe Friday as we go on this. The cutoff for policy bills to get out of committee is tomorrow. So I'll say allegedly again, allegedly, if they're not out of committee by tomorrow, they're dead. There's a couple of things that are really kind of happening behind the scenes. And what we're seeing is a lack of communication or understanding about communication amongst the legislators. And it's really illustrated by what's going on is these new legislators, or the legislators that haven't been through an in-person session, are meeting people face to face, and they're going meeting legislators, they're meeting lobbyists, they're meeting agency personnel, and they'll do a kind of a handshake deal. And maybe they don't think it's a big deal, or maybe they do, but they forget to communicate back to their caucuses. And this is in both houses, both parties. And so the bill comes up, oh yeah, gosh, I made this deal. And somebody else goes, oh dear, I made this deal. And so there could be 4 deals that have been made, like handshake deals on a bill that all could be good individually, but none of them work together and nobody's talked. So we see meltdowns regularly right now. And it's interesting to say the least, and for example, there'll be a bill going through the Senate, and the senators kind of, really championing the bill for a House member, and all of a sudden that senator kills a bill. So now House member comes and says, well, fine, I got nothing else to do. That was my only bill. I'm going to spend all my time killing yours. Kind of like third grade, to an extreme. So that's happening a lot, and things are getting kind of messy. And then let's throw on top of that, the governor came out and said, hey, our affordable housing initiatives are extremely important to us, and we really want to do this. And we realize that there's not the ability to tax more to be able to bring in the revenue to do what we need to do. We're not willing to cut any other programs. Therefore, we're thinking about maybe issuing some bonds. So that's going to throw a heck of a monkey wrench in this engine as we start coming towards the end of session, because they are leaning so hard on that. I don't know if you guys have been watching the financial markets lately, but bonds aren't exactly a good bet. So I don't know how that all is going to play into anything as we kind of roll this out and roll into the end of session. It is of note that the 12th of April is the last day to pass a bill out of the opposite house. So following that date, we'll be looking at concurrence calendars and budget only. For the budget negotiations, it's really kind of 8 to 10 people that are engaged in that, and all the other legislators and lobbyists and everybody is kind of sidelined as they try and get the budget together. The good news is we've got next year to fix what they screw up. And next year is going to be a much more conservative year. We are all ready to see some of the 2024 election stuff bleed into the decisions that are being made now in the legislation. An example of that, it sounds like the King County exec has decided to run for governor next year. And that brought up that bill, House Bill 1670, which is the local taxing authority option that takes you from 1% to 3% on that. This is a huge priority for King County, which makes sense because, King County, when they raise each percentage point, the number that sticks in my head is something like 44 million, and they've got so many people in the county that, you can complain a little bit about it, but they don't have to worry about it. When you get into the small or rural counties, It's 10,000, 100,000, 200,000 maybe that it gets you guys. And, it's really felt by your citizens. So it's not the best option for our rural areas or smaller counties. This becomes a rural issue, kind of pitting the two against each other, which is never what we really want to do. The other comment I'll make to this bill, and I don't know if they're going to move it or not, but the politically charged talk around it is King County's going, oh man, if you don't put this bill through, you're not keeping any promises. This negates any promises that was made from the legislature to King County. So pretty broad, grandiose statements that are, would really message well in a TV commercial next year, kind of thing.
Right.
So we're starting to see that coming through. The thing that about this bill, my cautionary note on it, like it, hate it, whatever, wherever you stand on it, this is one of those things. Let's pit it against a very restrictive firearm legislation. So if you pass a really restrictive firearm bill, they could come back literally next year and undo everything. Say, okay, nope, just repeal all that and we're good. With this piece of legislation, it would be very, very difficult to undo if it doesn't work. If it's not a tool that majority of the counties are going to utilize and leverage to their benefit, it really isn't something that the counties or WASAC or the lobbyists for the counties or anything can go back to the legislature and say, hey, yeah, so we'd really like for you to take some of our local authority away from us. So that becomes a little bit of a problem in trying to message that and undo it. So my cautionary note is, if they're going to do it, we better be darn sure that this is something that works for all the counties. And they're already kind of in a tough spot with King County. It really, King, Pierce, Snohomish, Thurston County would have a pretty good bump from this. Everybody else, it's, lackluster at best. So that's kind of some of the stuff that we're seeing.
Question on that one, sir, if I can interrupt. Is there any worry or any threat? I guess in my mind, I'm kind of looking at what's next, and then could there be a what's next of, well, we're not going to give you funding for this unless you've maxed out your percent and you've went from 1% to 3%. You're not going to get any more funds from us. Is that a threat coming, possibility even going forward?
I would say it's not necessarily a threat, but it's definitely a concern with this bill. And I can tell you it's on the legislators' minds, the more seasoned ones who really know how it works. Because here's how the conversation in the caucus room will go. You ask for money. They're going to look and say, oh, well, did Klickitat County? Oh, no, they didn't use all their taxing authority. And then they're going to ask a question that I would say, could be legitimately defended. They're saying, why should we give Klickitat County money that we're going to have to take from King, Pierce, and Snohomish County when Klickitat County didn't raise the taxes to their utmost limit in their own county?
Right. That's my word.
And yeah, and I understand that concern, and it is a very valid concern. And Commissioner Dansel, former Senator Dansel, flat out said that is the conversation that happens behind closed doors. And in the legislature, it's this is one of the arguments that they're using to say, well, we didn't give you any unfunded mandates. You haven't raised all the funds at the local level that you can to be able to pay for these things. So until you do that, it's not an unfunded mandate. We did our part. We gave you some money from the legislature. Raise your own taxes.
Right.
So, and I could point out all kinds of errors or fallacies in that argument, but it is an argument that's made.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, it is a slippery slope and a little bit of this bill, I think, is one of those discreetly very dangerous bills for us long term that will impact commissioners for a very long time. So that's kind of the long and short of it. You guys have any questions, anything you'd like to know, any more concerns on things that you're seeing?
I'm not seeing any from my seatmates, and that was the bill that I had the most concerns about going forward, and I still have the same concerns. So I guess it makes me feel better knowing that at least somebody up there is thinking outside the box and in the future, and that at least those thoughts are being conveyed. So That's good. Ms.
did-
Solder, do you have
I
something?
just had one comment. Working with the Columbia Gorge Housing Authority, they had a ask in for a fairly big amount for a retirement home in the White Salmon area they've worked on for a long time, and they were very disappointed that it didn't even make the budgets. And they had said yesterday that it looked like Klickitat County was getting very, very little back, if anything, for capital projects.
Yeah, and I think part of what they're seeing there, and this was kind of to my comment earlier, the budget writers aren't willing to cut any of the existing programs that there may be a little bit of fat in one way or the other, to affect some of this housing budget asks, for example. And that's why the governor's office came out and said, hey, we're thinking about raising a bond to do this. If they do decide to issue those bonds, that project may get considered again.
That's good.
But I mean, levying a bunch of bonds or issuing bonds right now is I don't know. I wouldn't hold my breath, but let's see what happes. How about that?
Thank you.
It's not a smart financial decision that I would make at this time, but it's the state, so.
Well, I mean, heck, if somebody's going to buy them, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of where we are with that. And the Columbia Gorge Housing Authority is not alone in that by any means. So I think that this is going to come down again, probably to the last day.
Thank you.
All right, looks like that's all
right.
I got for you, sir. Thank you, and keep up the fight.
Do the best we can, and it'll be at the round table and steering committee starting tomorrow.
I wish I was. I get to go to an insurance conference, so.
Oh dear,
I'm gonna miss
I'm
you.
sorry. All right, you guys have a great day.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
So,
Speaking of that, would you like me to sit in for you at the roundtable and steering committee conference since you're gonna be gone?
if you want to go, feel free.
I'll look and see what my schedule looks like.
I don't know if, because some of the counties have passed resolutions appointing alternates, and I don't know if we ever did. So I don't know technically through WASAC whether you'd be a voting member or not. So it's one of those things we probably need to get to the bottom of and find out. It's just, there's never been an alternate that wanted to go. So we've never had an alternate apparently. I never knew an alternate position existed.
No, it's on my calendar. So I think you brought this up a month ago, and so that's why it's sitting on my calendar.
Yeah, well, if you end up doing it, ask Jewel or one of those guys if we need to have an official alternate paperwork figured out in future years.
I've got an 11 o'clock.
Guess it wouldn't hurt us to just do it in future years, appoint the WASAC person and then just appoint a first alternate and a second alternate and be done with it.
What's
We've
the,
always had, things Commissioner Sauter was a former board member.
Right,
He always,
right.
that was his spot, and then another commissioner was usually the lead steering person.
Right.
So we had two, we didn't really need an alternate, so I will reach out to Lynn and.
A different commissioner was a lead steering person? I thought he was the lead steering person the whole time he was a person.
Jim was,
The last year. Yeah, but
and the year before.
interesting.
what do you guys usually have on the Thursday mornings? Is it primarily the roundtable, or do you have a big thing on Thursday morning?
It's in the meeting room. It's a big round table, you might as well say, but they go over the actual legislation that the bills they're gonna talk about and whatnot.
They do that on Wednesday night or Thursday morning?
Wednesday night is more of an open conversation, and Thursday morning is a structured conversation about what WASAC wants to talk about, and they usually know the night before.
Okay.
They send a packet out the night before.
That might be hard. I have to be in Hood River at 11 for a tour for the Governor
time-
Inslee's staff.
The last time I couldn't go, I tried to get on to the Zoom meeting for the roundtable, and the Zoom didn't work. So
Okay.
if you're gonna try to do it via Zoom, which I would say there's good 5 to 7 commissioners that do it that way, reach out ahead of time and make sure you have a correct Zoom
Okay.
link.
All right, will do. Thanks.
Yep. I thought about actually stopping there because I'm not sure if my conference thing, they have a session on Wednesday night, but I was unaware that it was limited attendance. So by the time I tried to get in on it, it said full, but then they sent an email that says, even if it's full, feel free to come. And
Drop
so,
by.
yeah, I was thinking I'd do lead steering and then hop over there, but okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here for some additional guidance. You would ask me to set up interviews for an open director position. We had 2 applicants, one internal, one external. The external is withdrawn. So
4 applicants, correct?
4 applicants, 2 you wanted to interview, one being internal, one being an external. The external candidate has withdrawn. So just curious for direction where you would like to go. I mean, you can appoint, you can keep the position open, you can interview, discuss with the one applicant, or you can promote and then have a discussion. I mean, there's wide range of latitude for how you want to go.
You want me to go first? Do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
With seeing what we have in how many positions are currently available and open in the state, I would be open to having a discussion, a board discussion with the individual, and if that needs to be in an interview format for Macy Mates or however, and move forward with that round versus reposting or taking 2 of the other applicants that we have not looked at.
And currently the position posted is a combined position. You currently have 2 interns providing that combined. So, I mean, there's ultimately 2 decisions to make.
And I would agree with Mr. Christopher. I think moving forward, we have enough things in flux right now, and he's been a very dedicated employee. Has a lot to offer.
I do think we need to have some discussions with them on at least org chart moving forward, because I know their recommendation was no deputy director. I feel a deputy director is important, just to ease workload, but also to cross-train and have somebody that can take the reins if there was an incident or an emergency or that kind of thing. So I think we need to talk about which direction we're taking the org chart going forward. But
Well, the proposed one was never accepted, so the current org chart would still have that box in it. It was never officially removed, but to your point of discussion about that going forward.
Well, I think it's fine to have a discussion, and if you want to do an interview and that's the board decision, I'm fine with that. My recommendation would be to send a letter to both the interim director and the interim county engineer for job hires for those positions. That would be my perspective.
yeah, I don't think there's a need for an interview unless you guys needed an interview, but
Maybe move that direction and then set up a meeting, whether it be a Thursday or Tuesday, or to have a discussion about the department,
how we get there, right?
how we get there.
No, that's where I'm at.
Perfect.
And with that, I would say I think our interims have been doing a great job, and everything is running smoothly, and I can't say and give enough accolades to them.
I wholeheartedly agree, including all of their staff for helping them through the transition. So
Well, process question, I think, Lee, would be to have that discussion, and then that would be captured in a resolution, and that's when the commissioners would vote to formalize, I'm thinking. You're not going to take a vote today to move forward on that. Maybe you do, and then it'd come back in a resolution.
Procedure on how to do this, I have no idea.
Well, if it-
I was gonna say, I
Just,
think you just,
right.
I think you just
Well,
have a
one
vote and,
one of the positions is on contract, so ultimately.
I
we
mean,
have
do you
to
need
have-
an official vote for that or just 3 people saying yes, move forward?
I think I can just move forward with the direction, and then if it has
So
to be.
I think with the direction, don't we need to move forward directing staff to come up with the uh, wage range scale for the separation of those 2 job duties? Because right now they're combined. And I know it was contract, but we need to look at that. So I would move forward. I guess I would make a motion to move forward, to have staff give a verbal job offer to both positions, as well as enter into the discussions on wage and pay and benefits.
I'll second.
Are you? I guess maybe I'm confused. I thought the wage and pay issue was already solved.
Well, they're both of them were moved up, as interims moved up 6%, I believe, as while they were in the interim role from what they were making prior. So, but the combined position was a much higher wage, so we'd have to look and see what the pay ultimately would be for those two if they're no longer interns, either where they're at or something different. But, you know, it may have to go to the classification committee, it may not, but we'd have to look into that and then discuss with them what their expectations are, like we always do when we make somebody an offer.
I know, but well, don't you normally do that before you make the offer?
Sometimes you offer and then they say, this is what I need to take the job. It's part of that discussion. You'll offer and say, we're willing to pay X, and they'll say, that's fine, or it's not fine, or oh, I need something else. And then ultimately to get where you're going. But without the job offer, there's no motivation to have a discussion.
Without the job offer?
Yeah.
That's my
It's all-
recommendation.
At that point, it's all hypothetical.
That's my recommendation then.
So if you approve this motion in second, I got my marching orders and I know where to go from here. Then bring it back to you. Make sure you're okay with whatever the discussion ends up.
I guess that's my only holdup, is I want to know where the money lies. Whether
You're only
that-
authorizing me to make a conditional job offer and, you know, I'll come back to you with
Okay.
the terms and then you can vote to move forward or not.
Okay, I'm good with that. I guess we're having a formal vote. We had a motion, we had a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion
you.
passes. All righty, we had about 7 minutes still. Anything pertinent for the good of the order?
Did you have any legislative issues, discussions that we didn't have that you would like to discuss for the week? I went over the hot list. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, nothing really on the hot list. Everything's either moving or dead. I don't know that there's much to discuss this week other than budget, which again, we have no control over. Did any of the bridge funding get
So it hasn't come out of the Senate right now, but
transportation budget?
yeah, but it's supposed to come out later this week, maybe today. The House budget didn't have any money moving forward on the Hood River Bridge. The House budget will have 15 million for this biennium, 30 billion for the next biennium, and 30 million the biennium after. And so that is the direction, and hopefully Senator Curtis King can, through the negotiations, get that put in, even though the House didn't. I think there's a big, as we see, like with the capital budget, if you're not in the majority, you don't get nearly as much. If I grab some more.
I'm surprised the capital budget was as lacking as it was
It was scary.
for having a majority.
Yep. Yeah. Very slighted.
But it doesn't.
Can I run to my office?
Yeah,
and grab
go
something?
ahead.
I'll be right back.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Sir, I feel like an old man. Then again, when I shaved this morning and noticed all the gray hair, I felt like an old man too.
Earl Wayne.
Don't tell?
Yes. Mainly heads up for you, because it's in your district.
Oh, lucky me.
That's good news. It's heads up for everybody.
Jiminy Christmas.
14.
How do I drive past that and not ever notice that?
Earl Lane. We've received a couple complaints about it.
Arrow Street.
Or Arrow Street, you're right. There is an Arrow Lane, but it's private.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. All right, everybody's here. Maybe we'll take off early. We're gonna start our 10 o'clock a little bit early with acting intern public works director Jeff Hunter and acting intern county engineer Seth Scarola. Department update.
Okay, we have 3 things on your consent agenda. One is a consultant supplement agreement between us and AdCom Engineering for the radios, or for the SATUS radio pass. We knew this was coming. This was always planned to do this. When their contract period is gone, or it ended at the end of last year. Also, we never fully finished their contract just because I hadn't really personally worked with them. I mean, we did some stuff on SATA or on Stacker, but so we never actually finalized or finished the contract. There's one piece missing, and that was to actually bring the radio system up total. They designed everything. Now, when we put everything in, they have to come in and actually tweak and tune the whole radio system total to bring another leg in, SATUS pass. So that's what the additional funding is. They actually fly somebody in from New Zealand that specializes in this. It's the cost. So yes, it's an additional 44,000. This was always anticipated. We're still within budget. We'll give you a rundown of the budget. I can tell you right now, the budget's 1.6. We're sitting just a shade under 1.5 with everything signed up, including this contract. But we still got to build the tower. So I can't say that that's going to be the end of it. But that's the expend. That's where we sit today. So with that, we also have an amendment to rock quarry agreement with for our Ingram quarry. The person that owned it has since passed away. So this is with her heirs. And then authorization for our digital crab stuff that we are required to do every year by County Road Administration Board, who is our oversight. And I'll turn it over to Seth, and he can elaborate if he wants a little bit on that too.
Sure. Yeah, it's all our reports for the year, including the CAP report, the what we did last year for our annual road construction program, our maintenance management, our fish passage, if we had any fish passage projects, the any levee diversions that we have, which we don't, and I remember what else was in that submittal, but yeah, our road log updates that we do during the year, all that's been completed for last year, including our bridge report that we do annually. So, all right.
Can we go back and talk a little bit about the quarry agreement?
Yes, sure.
What are we paying at most of our other quarries?
A lot more than that.
A lot more than the old or the new? Because it looks to me like it's going to go up by about four times the amount.
The quarry agreement, I should have brought my it should be $100. It didn't go up any.
I thought the way it was written from what I read is it went from $1 per yard to $1 per ton.
No, it went from tons to yards, but it's always been that way. We've always done it by the yard because there's no scale there. The contract said $1 per ton, but it was not written correctly. So we changed yards, or we changed tons to yards, but we always paid on the yard anyway. It was just that we replaced tons with yards. So actually it would have gone, if we were truly paying by the ton, the price would have actually went down because there's more quantity in a yard than there is in a ton. What?
There's 4 tons to a yard.
Right. So if we were paying $1 a ton and then we went to $1 a yard, we would actually be getting it for a lot less.
Hold on, let me.
So technically, the contract just used to say per ton when it was only ever per yard.
Yes, it says it in a couple places. It does. The contract was written quite a long time ago, and it had it in tons and it had it in yards, so it was contradicting each other. So we clarified it by saying $1 a yard for everything, because again, all it is you dig the rock out. It's not crushed. We don't crush there. I apologize. I should have brought my packet. I
didn't grab
usually
mine
do.
either.
Keep going.
Okay. If not, I can have Tracy bring us down one. You're up. Why am I?
Okay, so on the construction end of things, Courtney Road, they began repairing that slough slope yesterday. So far it's going pretty good. I haven't heard any issues with it, and it's not expanding any from what had sloughed as they open it up. So should be a quick, easy repair. They continue to maintain the road surface with grading and rolling as needed at their expense. Crews are also still working up the fairgrounds water line. You're gonna update on that. And pavement rating continues as the weather allows. So when we get these good sunny days, the crews can be back out there rating pavement.
Sunny days.
Yeah, they're happening quite often, it seems. On the design end of things, so the plans and specifications for Rock Creek Bridge Painter were reviewed and we got comments back. We also received funding approval last week for that project, but still can't go to ad. They haven't cleared us for advertisement on that project. The other 2 safety projects that they have plans and specs for still are waiting, haven't heard anything, no funding approval on those either. The other safety project, which is the curve warning signs and guideposts, we did get a review back on the original documents, so you guys will be able to sign those next week.
How did I just know she was running down here? Just saw it coming.
So on that, I think we've exhausted all our avenues for moving these projects forward. We've contacted Director of Local Programs last week, did not receive any calls or contacts back. We also talked to the program manager for the funding at WashDOT and got no solution from them either. No callbacks on that last week as well. So come to you guys, see if there's any help that you guys could maybe talk to Senator King or someone you guys have to help influence maybe moving these projects forward. Otherwise, the longer we go, the bids are going to go up and we're going to get less work accomplished, if any. Getting real late.
This isn't just us.
No, this is
everybody having this
statewide.
problem.
But, and one of our people, a couple of our people just went to a crab conference, and that's the big joke. Problem is, it's not funny for us. It costs us money and it costs us the ability to do stuff. And, we're coming to you guys, yes, all the other ones, but if nobody's going to step forward and say anything, WashDOT's going to keep doing this. They decided to review everybody's Division 1 specifications. We've been using those specifications for years. And they got one person for the whole state that can do that. And their great wisdom. So their attitude is, well, we'll get to it when we get to it. You guys can bid when you can bid. Well, okay, that doesn't work for us. That's fine if you're in an urban area where you got hundreds of contractors. We don't have that ability. So ultimately, we're going to bid, in July or August and get no bids.
Do we know what their reasons and rationale is for looking at reviewing all the Division 1 specs?
They never said, and this was done at headquarters, not at local programs. This is
Right.
done in Olympia.
All the things that used to be done at the local programs level is now in headquarters, being done by one person instead of being handled by region.
Yeah, and like Seth said, we talked to Stephanie Tax, who is in charge of financing for that. When you get a letter from Stephanie, you can use, under normal circumstances, you can go. We got the letter. I got the letter from Stephanie last week for the bridge, like Seth said. We still don't have approval to go because WashDOT. I mean, she's WashDOT too, but headquarters hasn't approved division.
We're dealing with this with ODOT too. If we talk to King and have King start asking questions and pushing, is there any chance that we get pushed to the bottom of the list for bringing oversight over this? And should we need to be worried about the politics?
It could happen. I'm not saying it won't. But again, I would think I have trust in you guys and I'm trusting Senator King to, handle this without saying, that Senator King would look into this on the ability of, not throw us under the bus and say, well, Klickitat County's complaining. Because I'm sure there's other people complaining to their representatives. But I don't know that they have, they don't have Senator King either, which helps us because he's at least the minor.
Right. If you guys would put together talking points.
Seth will put together a talking point for you.
And if you guys would like, I'd have a conversation with King. Also, it'd be good if one of you guys are on that phone call.
Okay,
Okay,
we'll put together the talking points for
Okay.
you.
thanks.
Yep.
Next week, good?
I don't know, when do you want this done?
Well, we're working around your schedule, so.
I'll make the phone call whenever you want.
Okay, we'll get it to you next week then.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll be done and over and everything will have broke through the logjam by then.
Well, we hope. I'm not holding my breath. But that gives them another time. I think we'll be over 100 days then, right?
We're 90 right now, so.
100 days sure sounds bad when,
Yes, again, we're just, again, it's gonna cost us ability to get stuff done.
Right.
So, okay, maintenance projects, East End is grooming, are brooming and grading. West End is brooming, grading, and they're finishing up with the water line project. The main line is in. And we got a couple services to put in, and one more hydrant to install, and to, actually clean up everything. And then we have water testing to do. Facilities, that really hasn't changed much. Courthouse HVAC systems, they're scheduled tentatively to be installed May 1st, the first week in May. Excuse me. DHAP is still under review for our Superior Courtroom remodel. I did hear the talk. I know the budget wasn't good for a lot of things, but our project was included in the budget, so we did get funding for our courtroom project. Let's see. We have quite a few events this year at the fairgrounds. Where this weekend we have a horse clinic and a Fire on the Mountain church event. It's where some churches come together. They're there from Friday to Sunday. So we're actually doing 2 events this weekend at the fairgrounds. So that's good. They're both paying events also. Let's see, radio sound, we have a pre-con on Thursday for the equipment. And the last thing is, I gave you on the follow-up is an arrow. It says lane, it should be street. But what it is we received complaints from the fire chief, and we talked to the fire chief about Arrow Street. If you look at Arrow Street is basically a dirt street. They wanted us to put rock on it and everything. We've never done anything with Arrow Street. The reason being is the businesses that are served by Arrow Street have access to paved roads. So we just treated Arrow Street as a dirt alley. So Juniper is a paved street, frontage is a paved street. So every business or residential or everybody has access either to Juniper or to frontage in addition to Arrow Street. So Arrow Street's a secondary street, and a decision was made years ago not to spend money there.
So at the fire station, do they come out towards Juniper or do they come out towards Arrow?
They come out both ways.
Both ways.
Both ways. So we talked to the fire chief, we explained that to him, he gets it, he's just heard from some of the fire people. You know, we've also told him, you know, you could bring it forward to the 6th year if you want. We have a lot more needs than we have money. And again, we've told Pete, you know, we told him, and he was okay with it.
It looks like they go out and go right on Arrow too, so.
Yes, so it'd be a little bit shorter, but
So the other thing I'm seeing is Arrow, how wide is Arrow? It's a 1 lane wide, right?
yes, it's a project. It's not just
Because
going in and
I'm
paving.
looking at which the map's always off by a little bit, but it looks like there's a whole bunch of vehicles that are in our right of way.
There is, yes. Yes. And we're taking a look at that. We've never really enforced too much of it, and we're working with the fire chief. All of a sudden, there was, Arrow Street became, I think they got some new volunteers, and they wanted Arrow Street done. And again, the decision was made back in '96 not to do anything with Arrow Street. And it hasn't come up since I've been here until now. Yeah, and it is a project, though, if you do it. It's a complete project because it's not wide enough. You'll have to widen it. Now you got to do stormwater. You got to do everything.
That's me, and for how many people does it serve when everybody's got?
That's why we've never pushed it forward, because everybody already has one access that comes off of a paved road. This would be a second access for everybody.
I can't justify it.
If
Whoever
the-
made that decision in '96, I think, made a good decision.
I mean, other than the fact you have fire trucks going down a 1 lane alley, which if somebody's coming the other direction, you know, we don't allow that in anything else for a fire access road.
That is true.
So I would say we don't have the dollars now, but they're more than welcome to come and ask for it, whoever's asking for it on the 6-year road plan.
And then, you know, if need be, if the board decides that, we can look at different options. You know, different steps of not making it paved, making it wide enough.
Right.
You know, there's.
It doesn't have to be paved.
Right, there's other options we can do if that's what the board so chooses. But we just wanted to let you know, that's what we told them, is what we've been telling people since '96. That's, I believe, all we have on our list. Oh, you're right, I forgot. Thank you. White Salmon has came to us about, because White Salmon doesn't have CA status. The only ones that have CA status in the county is Public Works.
CA?
Contract Administration Authority to administer federal funds. So they had federal funds on a project. I can't remember.
So we were contacted through a consultant who's putting together a project. I think they wrote it down as Bluff Road Trail. I think they're looking to do some improvements or make a trailhead. So they're applying for federal dollars to design it and kind of do a feasibility to see how it's going to work. So they asked us, reached out, since we're a CA agency, would we be willing to oversee that piece of it? Or if they need to reach out to WashDOT.
Are they paying for the services then?
They would have to pay our services, yes.
Okay.
I think this ties in with the Hood River Bridge. Because this is one of the ways that we're going for the multimodal to, because $50 million of that bridge is for bicycle and ped. And so the question is once you get across the bridge, where do you go? And so this is one of the city's ideas on ways to get up into white salmon and along white salmon so that it makes the bridge also more competitive, because at least you're not a bridge to nowhere for bikes and peds. So as long as they're paying our overhead costs and everything, I have no problem with it. So long as you guys feel that we have the bandwidth internally to do it.
We'll make the bandwidth. I mean, we want to help the communities, but again, that's your decision on how we spend our money. Granted, we have to be reimbursed because it's the road fund. But, we don't have any problem helping them out.
You're just managing the grant though, right?
Yes, I think that's what they're asking.
Yeah, it'd be like filling out the federal paperwork, that type of
Yes.
pieces for it. Just making sure that they follow all the rules that the feds require for any piece, from them getting a consultant to spending
I
their
would
design
imagine the
dollars.
grant
So
has administrative charges option on the grant, and you would just get the portion from there. So.
If not, they'd have to sign a local agency agreement and pay us. And it would be the same thing we've done that I did for Wishram and a bunch of these other towns when they got federal funds. And we just basically, they run the stuff through us, this is what we're putting out to add. Okay, you've done your Title VI stuff, you've done this stuff, we approve it, go ahead, go to add. We don't want to run their day-to-day project. We just want to make sure they don't get in trouble, because ultimately if they do, we do. And we'll have to actually look to see if it's a pass-through or not.
not sure about that.
That we'll have to check on, because the other ones were truly pass-throughs because they couldn't pay, like Wishram, they had to literally pay us. So then there's a little bit more fees because now our finance department gets involved. But if the board's okay, we will assist.
Looks like it.
Okay, now I think we're done. Yes?
Yeah, I
Or
think
did
we
I?
covered
Okay, thought I might have forgot something else.
I see item number 1 and 2 got pulled from the agenda with the airport lease agreement. Plural. When we go to have that discussion and it gets on my agenda, I'm gonna need to know more about the whole scenario. I don't just sign things I don't know anything about. So we're either gonna need to have that discussion in here or on the side somewhere before that happens.
The airport lease.
A land lease
The
for
land.
2 hangars.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit,
Contracts came directly from City of Dallas
Okay,
through PA's.
right. So,
Maybe the appropriate thing to do is if you need more information, to have Jeff Bernard come by, since Public Works doesn't.
yeah, we don't get involved in the land leases.
I have questions on the development of that infrastructure.
That we can help you with.
So how much did the infrastructure cost to put in those sites? How much did the county pay for the infrastructure that put in those sites? Because my question is it a viable use of taxpayer funds if the county invested $1 million in infrastructure and then is gonna run it for $1,900 a year? I have to make sure I'm sound with taxpayer dollars, and they're the ones that be able to give me the number on how much taxpayer county dollars went into infrastructure for that whole lot section. So that
Phase
I can
1.
divide it by the lots.
This is not part of phase 1. Okay, then I can't tell you. Okay, then I won't be able to, because the only thing we were involved in was phase 1. So that I really can't. Wish I could help you, but I can't. I don't have any information on it.
Whoever does that should probably talk to me if they want my signature on it ever. If they don't want my signature on it, then they can not talk to me. That's fine too.
I believe these are bare lots, I believe that, and the people that are gonna lease these to, they're gonna have the expense of building the hangars. And then if they should ever leave, I think then that way it's owned by the airport. It's not on them.
Right, but my question is where are they getting their water? Where are they getting their electricity? It's obviously coming off a line that was put in. Is that line put in at taxpayer expense?
We'll get a hold of Jeff.
And so that's all I'm just not willy-nilly signing contracts sent over from the Dalles. That's just not my thing. So that's all we have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
I did send an email to the sheriff. Hopefully they're on their way.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad I got one quick question. Did we hear anything back from the tribes? We sent the letter for the dog kennel. I'm not saying we're building anything. I just,
Don't know anything about it.
that moves us to the next stage. And because the chairman signed the letter, they usually respond back if they respond, but they never really respond. So now the archaeologists can actually put together what the plan would be. We can get closer to what the total cost of the building will be.
I hate dead air time. You figure there's gotta be something we can talk about.
Don't forget, you guys need to discuss a septic equipment in the afternoon. Here they come.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
We're ready for you whenever you are.
Probably not a good idea to tell me.
How are you?
Well, you know.
Thank you, sir.
Living the dream.
Sir.
Yeah.
You want one?
I would love one. Thank you.
You got one?
I have mine, but I'll take one.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Whenever you're ready, we're ready.
Alrighty. First of all, I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for taking their position on the anti-gun legislation. I think that sends a very positive message to the citizens out there in our county that we have concerns about, in my opinion, unconstitutional anti-gun laws that are trying to be passed in this state. So thank you very much. I want to thank Lori for the letter that we received. Outstanding. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
And anyway, there were a total of 2,545 calls for service from January 1st, 2023 to March 27th, 2023. Now, when I say total, that's all calls for service, which includes other agencies as well. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 271 civil papers during the same time period. Item 2, on February 9th, 2023, at 7 p.m., I attended a public meeting in Dellsport Community Meeting in regards to sex offender leveling. There were a number of questions on how sex offenders are leveled, and it was a pretty good audience and a lot of good discussion and a well-attended meeting. It was an invite by their board. Item 3, on March 1st, 2023, I hired Lauren Cope as my new chief jail deputy in charge of the jail operations. Lauren will be third in command of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Lauren is a true professional with 10 years of law enforcement experience and served as a police chief for the city of Republic, Washington. We're happy to have him as a member of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office management team. Item 4, on March 14th, 2023 at 6 p.m., I attended the Klickitat County Search and Rescue Awards Dinner at the Goldendale Grange. This was an outstanding appreciation for search and rescue volunteers. There were a total of 12 search and rescue missions during 2022, 8 missions in our county, 4 mutual aid missions in the following counties: Sicamania, Yakima, and Klickitat. Between missions, academy training, and special training, team training, the search and rescue volunteers donated a total of 6,268 volunteer hours in 2022. I'd like to give a shout out to Jeff King for an outstanding job as coordinator. Jeff and the search and rescue volunteers have done an outstanding job in providing services to the citizens of Klickitat County. Literally, as you well know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, the search and rescue volunteers is a lifeline to a lot of people out there that get lost or need water rescue and that type of thing. Very valuable asset to this county. Press release: double homicide occurred in Box Canyon area of Klickitat County on or about March 16, 2023. And I've attached the press release to that where you can read it later, and some of you may have already read it in the newspaper and so forth. But on March 16, 2023, at around 22:02 hours, the Klickitat County Department of Emergency Management received information from the FBI task force out of Yakima, Washington, of a possible suspect involved in burning 2 bodies in the Yakima Nation Tribal Reservation in the Toppenish, Washington area. One of the suspects was believed to be living in the Goldendale area. On March 17th, 2023, at around 02:03 hours in the morning, Officer Michael Stelgis with the Goldendale Police Department, Deputy Zach McBride with the Sheriff's Office, and agents with the FBI Task Force located a vehicle associated with one of the suspects in the case in Goldendale. A traffic stop was conducted on the associated vehicle, and 2 subjects were taken into custody. The first subject was determined to be a suspect in the burning of the 2 bodies, and the second subject was determined to not be involved in the incident, but was found to have an outstanding arrest warrant for him. Wrong place, right time. Through the investigation, it was determined a homicide involving the two dead bodies had occurred on Box Canyon Road, north of Goldendale in the Klickitat County, Washington. A third crime scene was located along Highway 97 on Yakima Nation Tribal Reservation. So we have three separate crime scenes. We got the crime scene where the bodies were burned in Toppenish. You all know where the when you're dropping down into Toppenish and the Washington Scale House, it's been closed for a long time. There's a road right there. It's called Pump House Road. And about a mile up Pump House Road is where the bodies were burned. So that's initially that's how they got onto it, because tribal people seen the smoke.
What a stupid criminal just to drive bodies into a population and burn them where everybody can see smoke.
Well, that is kind of a remote, it's called meth. That's kind of a remote area. That's where people do a lot of dumping trash and stuff. But when they seen the smoke, that's how they went down to investigate the tribal and I think like public works people. And two cars go screaming out past them and they figured something was up. So they followed. Anyway, the license plate number was gotten on the car that they stopped in Goldendale here. That's how they ended up getting it. Thank God they got a license plate number. And anyway, from there, because of the arrest, and I'll further go on this. So we had three crime scenes. Agents with the FBI Seattle office, as well as agents with the FBI Yakima office, proceeded to process the crime scene where the bodies had been burned. So they took care of that. The Washington State Patrol sent a detective unit as well as the Washington State Patrol crime scene response team to assist in processing the other two crime scenes. A second suspect was identified and is believed to be the shooter. The second suspect is believed to still be armed with a weapon used in the homicide and was believed to have been driven to Rufus, Oregon, and dropped off right after the situation. The Sherman County Sheriff's Office assisted in the investigation and called the Dells Police Department SWAT team, as well as the Mid-Columbian SWAT team. Attempts were made to arrest the second suspect at his residence, but the suspect left approximately 20 minutes before the SWAT team arrived. Warrants were issued for the second suspect, charging him with 2 counts of murder in the first degree. The second suspect was identified as John Scott Razakowski, 31 years old, of Rufus, Oregon. Razakowski is believed to be armed and dangerous. Razakowski's picture will be on your attached press release there. The first suspect in custody was identified as Larry Dwayne Cleveland, 57-year-old, of Goldendale, Washington, lives here in town. Cleveland was booked into the Klickitat County Jail for rendering criminal assistance in the first degree and tampering with physical evidence. The two deceased were identified as Alicia Ann King, 34 years old, of Yakima, Washington, and Jeremy Allen Wyatt, 35 years old, of Yakima, Washington. The Klickitat County Sheriff's Office will be the primary investigating agency and will be assisted by the other agencies previously mentioned, FBI, task forces, and so forth. The Klickitat County Sheriff's Office is requesting the assistance from the public and asking for anyone who may know where Razakowski is located to call the Klickitat County Sheriff's Department or the Emergency Management 911, anyone with that information, or contact Detective Tim Neer, who's the lead investigator on it. A little update, Razakowski is still running and ducking and hiding. There's a lot of people going to be looking for him. I'm confident we will get him. It's just a matter of but the second, or the other Larry Cleveland, was bailed out of jail. Prosecutors, I understand, requested $250,000 bail. Judge let him out on $50,000 bail. Now, this guy is a bad guy. We only have his word that Rezakowski was the shooter. It's very possible this guy was the shooter. So anyway, he's out on bond, or not bond, cash bail. And so we have real concerns about that. I've had a number of citizens already call me.
$50,000 cash bail, what do they have to actually put up, $500?
They put up 50,000 in cash.
This is cash bail. But the point being is, for a double homicide where they burned the bodies, I think 50,000 cash bail is way, way low what it should be. And I've already had several citizens call me complaining about that. Saying, what in the world is going on here? This guy's involved in a double homicide and he's out on cash bail for 50,000. Anyway, it's frustrating, but it is what it is. And we continue to march along and go after this guy. That pretty much wraps up my part of it. I'm going to turn it over to Carmen, if that's okay with you folks, the undersheriff, then Karen after that.
Good morning.
Unless you have any questions of me.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. I apologize for not getting this to you guys sooner. I was on vacation, not last week, the week before. And then I come back, of course, to the double homicide. So it's been kind of a hectic week in our office. The new chief, Lauren Culp, is out sick, so he's not able to be here. So we've been all kind of filling in, still doing everything. So I'll begin. The civil division currently has 2 vacancies. The first vacancy is the civil clerk position, once held by Lisa Shoup. The second vacancy is the criminal records specialist, held by Jennifer Shoup. Unfortunately, Jennifer was not able to meet the requirements of the position and failed to make probation, so she was terminated as part of that probationary period. I immediately got in contact with civil service to conduct a test. They did a test for both positions, and we're currently in the process of interviewing candidates. There are 9 interviews scheduled this week, and once we select the 2 candidates, we will conduct a background investigation and then the polygraph. And this should take 1 to 2 months, hopefully sooner, because Karen and Kim are taking the workload. While we wait to fill those vacancies, posse member Richard Flynn has stepped up in to answer the phones and work at the front desk. He's doing everything. He is able to do fingerprints and help process CPLs and all of that while we wait to fill that. Karen and Kim have been working together to process all the firearms transfers, concealed weapons permits, public disclosure requests, and sex offender registrations, because that work never stops. They've done an outstanding job, and we still are maintaining the West End offices open 5 days a week. The Corrections Division has recently had some staffing changes. As Bob pointed out, that Lauren Culp was appointed the new chief. He is quickly learning that role is pretty entailed, and he's been getting schooled by lots of emails from me, forwarding information on how all those operations work. I do know that he plans on having a meeting with his corporals and then having a full staff meeting to kind of lay out the plans of what his goals are. He's got a lot to learn, and he's very willing to learn those new rules that go with running and operating a jail. Corrections Deputy Lance Stevenson and Corrections Deputy Dylan Layfield have completed nearly 2 weeks of their 10-week academy, and they're both doing well with that academy. Kathy Jo Randall and Chris Ballesteros were promoted to the rank of corporals, so now we have a corporal on each shift. So that's a nice addition to have. Both will be going into some supervisor training within the next few months. On the patrol side, Deputy Kirsten LaRue is in her final week at the Equivalency Academy in Burien, and upon her graduation, she will be fully certified for the Washington State. Deputy LaRue has been a valuable addition to the department. It's really helpful that she was born and raised in this area and she knows her way around, and she's very excited to be out patrolling, and she takes a lot of cases, so we're excited to have her with us. Deputy Tyrell Howard just completed his FTO program, and he is now working solo patrol, which is pretty exciting. That's a long ways to come. He started out as a posse member and then into patrol, so he's doing really well, and then we will continue his training to assist him with his career goals. Deputy Zach McBride is currently attending training this week in Richland, and this training is called the READ technique. It's how to properly conduct interviews and interrogations effectively. All the new deputies will be going through that training. It's just going to get one at a time through that. And Deputy Ben Corning has officially been assigned to the reserve coordinator. That spot was previously held by a former deputy, and we've reassigned that now to Deputy Corning. Deputy Beasley and Deputy McBride have also been designated as reserve coordinators. The reserve program continues to be active, and we are looking at holding another reserve class, and we're going to be working on putting that together and see where we're at with that.
How many active reserves do you have now?
Oh, I knew you would ask me.
I think it's about 5.
5, I think.
I was gonna say, I was thinking
Yeah.
5 to 7,
Yeah.
somewhere in there, but.
And people are calling and requesting to have a program, so the need is there. I think it'll be, and if we can add people into that reserve program, it really is instrumental in making things work for us across the board. On March 14th, I went to Trout Lake and I got to speak at a meeting that was organized by this is not in your, I jotted more notes, by our Klickitat Prevention Coalition. It's an opioid awareness group that is going into communities and holding meetings all over. They did a Narcan training, and they also distributed Narcan to the people in that meeting. I then was asked to join that coalition, and so I have submitted my signature to join that group. So I'll be going around countywide and speaking in how law enforcement is involved in opioid use and what we can do to help prevent the spread of this.
So you're not involved
Crisis.
in opioid use, you're.
Right, prevention of,
I
or,
hope
you know where I was going with that.
Wanted to clarify
Right.
for the microphone.
So Sergeant Riggers is a DRE. He's an expert in that field for the state of Washington. And he's also the course administrator for the state. And he goes and does administers trainings all over. He went to Alaska last year. This year, he just completed the field certification in Mesa. He went down for 2 separate weeks. He was just telling me that a Seattle PD officer that was in that, the first week the PD officer got back to Seattle, he did 3 DRE callouts in 1 day. So we are also hoping to have some additional DREs in our department. Of course, with having an expert workforce, it's great training.
Do you know what the DRE is?
I was just gonna. That's all right.
I'm assuming that's the, call it the first responder that sprays this stuff up their
No.
nose, but.
A DRE is a drug recognition expert. So in a DUI, it's pretty easy. A DUI, cut and dried, it's alcohol, right? You blow through a BAC machine, but if it's under the influence of drugs, they don't have a machine that tests that. So there is a whole program that Sergeant Riggers has been part of for years, and he goes and he is able to do testing on an individual to determine whether or not they're under the influence of drugs.
Stigma, pin, watch the eyes jump.
Right.
They can tell whether they're in.
He does
Yeah,
their,
yeah.
right.
exactly.
He does blood pressures, things like that. It's quite an intense operation, and he is called out on a regular basis. I know he was called up to go to Toppenish a couple weeks ago. He had another call to Toppenish over the weekend, and then.
So when you have an
locally.
officer that's trained in that, you have some other officer pulls somebody over and is kind of suspicious and then calls this guy to come
Correct.
do the test. I see it.
Yeah, and he does a really, really good job. Sergeant Riggers and myself, this last,
Did that get pulled?
the other day, I don't even know what day that was. I've lost track of my days.
Tuesday, or I mean
Last,
Monday.
last Monday? No, when we went to Klickitat. Anyway, Sergeant Riggers and I were invited to go down to the Klickitat River with Tribal to look at a piece of ground that is actually owned by Fish and Wildlife. And those grounds are covered in various trailers, abandoned vehicles, garbage, batteries, propane tanks, you name it. And subsequently, it was determined that a trailer that is parked on the bluff had an open sewage line into the Klickitat River. We immediately notified the Department of Health, of course, and was notified to the Board of County Commissioners. Sergeant Riggers will be following up this morning also with Fish and Wildlife Captain Jeff Wickersham to aid in the removal of all of those vehicles and stuff. The tribe is actually willing to pay for the cleanup of that property, even though it is technically, it's not tribal property. They want to maintain those grounds as sacred fishing grounds. It is the last fishing grounds of that type in the state of Washington. They brought down, I don't know the gentleman's last name, I believe his first name was Johnny. He heads up the waste treatment program for the tribe, and they brought in their own environmental people, and they went and took samples of dirt, and they found asbestos on the grounds, and they took pictures, and it's pretty devastating to see what's happening to that area. And of course, we know everything there is leaching into the ground and eventually into the waters of the Klickitat River. So they're working really hard at getting that cleaned up. So it was nice that they invited us, and we hope we can continue to build that kind of relationship with Tribal, because that is an important relationship to have.
Just to update my seatmates, I did, because of the raw sewage draining into the river, I did fill out another code compliance form and submit it to our code compliance officers. So that hopefully he's working with them and with DNR, which I'm assuming they own the property, so. they're
No,
the
it's
ones that-
Department of Fish and Wildlife. that
Fish and
owns it, yeah.
Wildlife, so they're the ones that would be his contact, I think.
Right.
Are those trailers currently being lived in?
Yes.
And are they by tribal members?
Yes.
Okay.
And I mean, they look like they shouldn't be lived in, but yes, they're being lived in.
So what about the two other areas up the creek, just before you get to Fisher Hill on the left?
So that is actually, so if you cross the bridge and that allotment back up in there, that is actually owned by tribe. That is tribal, and they did go into there to go see what that process was gonna be.
Good.
Because that, that debris and everything would fall into Silvis Creek, and then, of course, go into the river. So they are working on that. Joe and I did not go into that area. They had warned us that there was little dogs that were extremely vicious, and they were tick infested. So we chose not to go, and it was tribal land anyway, so. I do hope that they can get that area cleaned up. You know, growing up in Lyle, and that is, I do know that that's a sacred fishing site, and I hope that they can get that back to where it should be. So there was a lot of sadness, I would say, among the other tribe members who were there who don't live that kind of lifestyle. So it was unfortunate I'm glad they're there, and hopefully we can get that cleaned up quickly. On another note, we did have a demonstration in our office recently from a representative of the Flock camera. It's a camera system that's already been implemented out in the east end of the county. It was purchased by Mercer Ranches and a group of people out there, PUD. They're plate readers, and not only are they plate readers, but if we had like a suspect vehicle we're looking for, we can type in the information on that vehicle and it would search all those area cameras. The cost of the camera is actually pretty reasonable. It's about $3,000 for a camera, which if you look at what it can do for us, that's a huge asset. Hopefully we can catch some of the burglary suspects that we know are driving around stealing people's stuff. So they're gonna work up a program. They actually will put out a pilot camera system for us. Karen and I have to make a crime map and see where our high crime rate areas are. We'll put out a pilot camera in that area to start with, and then they will develop a cost of how many cameras we should have. And they also have a group that will go out and look for the funding to cover those costs for those cameras.
Just to keep my seatmates in the loop on this, there's already cameras that are in place out there.
Correct.
In dealing with Public Works, as the chairman. And there are concerns from Public Works because they're too close to the roadway itself.
Right.
So the answer from Public Works at the time was the people that own the cameras need to sign a franchise agreement, just like everybody else, to be in the easement, and then move them back on the other side of the ditch. And then the question was raised whether they would get the license plate number if they're on the other side of the ditch. And then last thing Public Works told me is that they were just going to remove them. So now it's going a different direction, but
Well, whatever, yeah, that's a whole different, I mean, those are privately owned.
Mercer.
right.
And they don't actually need the license plate number. They can get the license plate number. They can also see if it's a red car with the sticker in the window.
Right. No, I had no problem with the cameras, and I think
Yeah.
great idea. It's just
Right.
my issue was county liability
Right.
by having a steel pole 6
Right.
inches off the
Yeah.
side of
And,
the road.
and we'll make sure that we work with Public Works when we get to that point,
okay.
that we put them in places that are appropriate.
Right.
We
Make
don't
sure
wanna-
their engineers say, yeah, that
Yes.
place works.
Absolutely.
That was my only concern with the whole program was,
Did they connect on cellular, or how does it get the information back to you?
Well, they have,
Okay, so you're not talking to the tech wizard here. So, they alert through, it's gotta be
Yes,
cellular.
it is
Yeah.
cellular, and it's connected, you can connect through their entire network. So you
Right.
can say, I'm looking for a black car with a yellow sticker in the window, and it will search every flock camera in the network and then narrow it down. And then you can see in real time where that car has driven, which cameras it's driven by, and be able to narrow down where it's going to be going to, so that you can move your assets to that area.
Yakima and Benton County already also have these cameras in place.
yeah, I could see where this would be useful with whatever it was, red flatbed that
Mhm.
stabbed somebody out in
Correct.
Bickleton and then disappeared. Nobody knew where it went.
And in Lyle, where we're having a rash of burglaries,
Mm-hmm.
we could pop up, maybe catch these people, because they drove off on an ATV the other day, or a couple weeks ago. So, having some flock cameras in place would really be
Yeah.
instrumental, and we could move them. Now, that's what's the nice part, if we need to move them.
And it will also be helpful for missing persons. It's not just, it's, you're looking for anything. It'll look for anything. And you're not,
Stolen vehicles, it'll alert on a stolen vehicle. And, if we had a missing, we see silver alerts pop up on the reader boards. We could plug in that information into that camera system. And if it went through, it would alert. So it's got a lot of benefits. And the cost value really is pretty good for us. I mean, $3,000 for a camera system. Granted, that's one camera, but that's pretty reasonable in today's age. The system was developed by a gentleman who was, they're based out of Atlanta, and he had a porch pirate, and it ticked him off. And the cops couldn't really do much because guess what? There wasn't enough camera footage. So he designed this system. And he markets it to law enforcement for assistance.
and they're looking at budgets for it, grant money
Grant money.
to buy these cameras.
I probably have a bazillion other things, but I'll let Karen go.
Yeah, the representative for Block in our area lives in White Sands. Hello. Budget, let's start with the good thing first. We are still on track on our budget. We have no concerns at this time. Good news on the budget, we are going to be moving all of our cell phone and data cards to FirstNet. We will save roughly $800 or $900 a year, but we'll be dropping from 3 vendors to 1 vendor. We will have a $6,500 one-time credit because they'll be buying all of our cell phones, like, whoops, where's yours? They'll be buying all of our cell phone property that regardless of when we purchased it and issuing new equipment. So, we will have that one-time credit. And then they will replace the property when it's time to replace the new phones. The main advantage over the small economic monthly savings will be anytime we have a large event or a catastrophic event where we need to have communication, they will ship us within a 14-hour period a FirstNet communication device and bring it from one of their central locations. So say we've got the county fair where you don't have great communication, or Glenwood Rodeo or Bickleton, we will be able to have first responder communication at those events. Especially with the fair, we're not going to be competing with public use of the airwaves. We will have our own broadband 14. It will not be part of the public broadband. So we'll be on our own broadband. So savings, better service. They will also, they're also aware of our concerns about the citizens not having cell phone communication in key areas. Bickleton and Glenwood, I keep promoting that, get our people cell service out in those areas. So, but we're continuing to look how we can save money. I've got some contracts in the works. Jail service contracts for the next 4 years to each of the 3 cities. And so those will be going to the prosecutor's office for approval of form prior to coming to you.
And are those at the same price as they were the last 4 years, or?
That would be correct.
So,
Add for inflation or anything?
We haven't had, if you've got a number that you're wanting them to, we have not had a lot of increase, especially from Bingen or white salmon, in increase in use. And so it's hard to ask them to pay for more when they are not using it as much as they, and we're not, do you have any?
I don't have it. I wasn't prepared
It's, yeah.
No, my inflation questions are, as power prices go up, as we pay 4% COLAs for employees, if we have a 4% increase, you would think everybody else in their user agreements would get a 4% increase. Otherwise, we're gonna find ourselves, like some of our other contracts, well behind.
Yeah.
And then by the time you bring them up to where they need to be, it scares them. So yearly, at least, cost of living increases make sense to me, but
can you speak a little bit more to it? Because these are flat rate agreements, correct?
So if we propose to them the same number that they had this last year for 2023, with a 4% for 24, 25, 26, would that be acceptable to you?
I mean, our contracts are flat rate contracts, right?
Correct.
And so.
And they pay medical.
They are required to, but it would be nice to know how much they're paying per night for their uses, each of them, between the cities, so that we can see how much they're actually paying for the services. And do we also reserve beds for them as well?
I've got enough
They're just
open
part of the
space.
general, and that's how that works.
Yeah.
And so it would be great, you know, because we're renegotiating court costs and probation costs and everything else, that, you know, it's hard to see that, and I know their use of court services have gone down because of the different way that they do it. It would be good to know how much it is a night for their citizens versus our people.
Yep.
On average.
Me on a different hand, I don't need to go through all that legwork and man hours to get that data. I would just look at what CPI has done on average, and if average CPI goes up 2.7% per year, I would just add a 2.7% inflator year over year on what they currently pay, and they shouldn't have a problem with it, and be done with it.
Well,
Makes
you-
sense.
you
That's
did-
me.
You did want all the information on the court costs and probation, so I figured you'd want the same with that.
We can put together some numbers,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I just know where you're going with that one, so I feel it's a waste of time, and I hate to waste people's time. So that's why I'm saying it isn't needed for me. Time is valuable to me, so I hate having people do work that isn't needed for me.
I will,
I think it's reasonable, the cost of living has gone up,
yeah,
and that should be shared with everybody else. I think that's reasonable. I don't have a
Absolutely.
problem with it.
yeah. And I literally have not written the contracts yet. I was letting you know because I knew this was going to be a conversation. And before I wrote them, I wanted to get your input, so,
It's not, we're not dealing
Yeah.
with a huge number.
no.
I'm trying to remember how much it is. It
It's
was,
40,000 for city of Goldendale, it's 7,000 for Bingen, and 13,000 for White Salmon.
and that's just it. I'm not interested in changing those numbers to 120,000 and 60,000.
Right.
It's just, let's
Yeah.
just put a little inflator in there, and that way we don't lose ground and have to go through everything later, and we're
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
just maintaining status quo.
Mhm.
That's to me the way to go. But
I guess from my perspective, I just want it to be fair and equitable between the different cities. And since they're flat rate contracts, and as police chiefs change and city councils and mayors change, they have a different viewpoint on policing as well as what their prosecutors are recommending. And so it's good to know, you know, what services they're actually using. So I would appreciate that. Thank
Right,
you very much.
we can pull that in, but I think in the contract itself, we can put, you know, break it down by year and add the cost of, you know, the inflator. But we can pull that information. It may take me a little bit of time with the current staffing.
Totally understand.
So, yeah, can do though. And then search and rescue coordinator contract will be coming to you on the 4th. I sent a runner over this last week to drop it off, but he didn't see the box. So, bless his heart, but yeah, he's a trooper. And range timber, we've been meeting with all the participants. So on February 27th, Bob and I met with the Columbia Land Trust over in White Salmon, and we're waiting to hear from them whether they're interested in the program or not. And so we're just moving forward with all of the different timber companies and the cattlemen. Let's see, body worn.
if you
Oh, go ahead.
need or want a commissioner at one of those, just let me
Mm-hmm.
know, and I'll
Right.
be happy to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Body worn camera program is working well. Carmen is getting closer to getting the jail up and running with their cameras. And then canine program. Profi is still having a little trouble with his back tendon, and so Mary Ann has sent him to a specialist in Hood River to find out exactly what that strain is on his right back leg, because he won't sit on it. He'll always move to the side. And so as we know from our human bodies, if you just kind of overcompensate, it causes other problems. So we're going to try to get him. She does not think it's a permanent problem. She just thinks that there is something that's tweaked, and we're gonna get him fixed, and then, but he is doing small, short patrol. He's just not, we're not letting him do long runs. So, and he is wanting to do long runs, but we're keeping him from that. Marine Patrol. Do you have a question about?
No.
Okay, Marine Patrol. So 2 good pieces of news. We got our boat back from Wet Jet. It only cost $1,800 to get it fixed, which was like, yay. That is covered by our marine contract. And I included the pictures because I knew that some people would be very interested in seeing
What brand of boat is it again? Do you know off the top of your head? The
Thunderjet.
Thunderjet.
Yeah, it's out.
Somebody needs to call Thunderjet and have them hire a new
Yeah.
aluminum welder. That weld looks horrible.
So there are numbers
It's a
up by the
bad weld.
JPEG.
I was looking.
Yeah, and so you'll be able to, the last 3 numbers before the JPEG coincide with the numbers on the picture. And so you'll be able to look and see this
I was
boat.
looking at the beading of the
Yeah.
factory and yeah, I mean, you look at a North River welds and they're like perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, oh, they're like sexy.
So
And
now,
then you look at things that are hidden like this and you're like, ooh, God,
now you know why it
Crack.
was bringing on water and the bilge pump wasn't
go.
keeping up. But, and then on top of that, we are getting the big Osprey on loan from the boating patrol. or the Marine Patrol. So what that means is fantastic news for our citizens. We will be able to have a boat on each side of the dam, especially during marine season. And we will also be incorporating Skamania County Marine law enforcement officer because they do not have a program. And we will be able to also patrol their area. We are allowed under our contract to patrol any water in the state. So we will also be able to patrol that side.
I'm assuming you're putting the fancy Osprey below the dam.
Absolutely not.
Really?
Yeah, we will, well, number one, the main reason is the truck that can pull that Osprey is up here. Number 2, the Potts Building garage that can fit the Osprey is right here.
I'm just thinking there's longer runs and it's a more comfortable ride if they're going all the way down to Skamania.
Well, they're not
the
going to go
Osprey.
all the way down, but we'll be able to go down. The Lyle Works, Public Works, we're asking them if we can put our boat in a covered storage in their area. We've had a boat there in the past. So we'd be able to put it in at the Lyle Marina boat ramp there. But it's just so imperative to be able to get a boat in the water quickly. And Skamania County, when we talked to one of the deputies there, he said, well, we've put boats at Hood River Marina. And I'm like, no, not at all. Anyone who has sat on the Hood River Bridge trying to get across, if there's an emergency trying to get across that bridge, you're not going to get across before that person is not able to be rescued. So having the boat on our side of the bridge at this time is more important, especially with that 4-day shutdown where you're not going to be able to go across anyway. So having that boat on our side of the water is important.
And we're working with the Skamania County Sheriff's Office. I had a meeting with the sheriff and undersheriff, and they're very much interested in us all working
Who
together.
is the new sheriff in Skamania County?
Summer,
Okay, she did.
Fryer.
yeah,
I wasn't sure. I knew it was kind of close there, but I
Yeah.
wasn't following the
Yeah.
end result.
Yeah.
neat lady. Good, she'll do a good job.
So we're excited about our program. We can also do boat inspections down at Drano Lake. So when Springer season opens, we'll be parked down there with Garrick Clifford, who is their marine deputy. So we've been working with Garrick, and we're going to just line them up, probably get 40 inspections done in one morning. So
So that brings up the inspections. I saw online from a
Yep.
posse member that the
Mhm.
inspections are mandatory now.
well, they're mandatory for a boat that's 16 feet or more and 10 horsepower engine.
Has that always been the
unless
case?
you have a guide license.
Has that always been the case?
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
as far as I know, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And so that's why we're trying to get the word out.
About 15.
There's a guy that could tell you.
Say about 15 years.
And the best part is if we come to you and do it in your driveway or before you get on the water, and if there's a problem and we can help you fix it right then and there, it's better than if we come to you on the water and there's a problem, then there's a citation involved.
Do you guys check for invasive species or the other tab?
I believe that is part of the inspection, yeah. And we also do inspect kayaks and paddleboards for the same, so, we will be doing educational opportunity at the same time when we do these boat inspections. So,
And I might add, Skamania County Sergeant Clifford
yep,
will be part of the boat deal. He's very eager to help out on that, so it'll be a good deal.
they would like to start their program up, but, when you look at the requirements of 133 ramp inspections and 92 boat hours, that's a lot to do. And when you have 2 deputies to only do it, it's very hard and then to stay certified. So that's why it's best if we can help them maintain their certification until they can build their program again.
Oregon, I believe, is still volunteer on the boat inspection.
Yeah. And then animal shelter. Yay, we are working through all of that paperwork. We had our first board meeting. We have put together a board of, I believe it was
Thursday,
Yeah, we did that last Friday and it was 10 people.
yeah.
Yeah, and they elected Danielle Olson and Carl Conroy to be co-chairs. And first priority is to get the small building focus, what the purpose of the shelter is. And then also work with Public Works to get it built. Let me think here. We are working with Rick Millerin with the drawings, and they're also working on sustainability. We realize that adoption is not sustainability. That can be a sideline business, but that is not our sustainability for paying the bills and sustaining salaries and all of that. So they are looking at how they're going to do that before we get all the paperwork done. So I know that it's a giant question mark.
Amy Hansen,
Yeah.
who is one of the committee members, over 30 years in this business of dog shelters and stuff. She has generated grant money, big donation money, certain people. So she's going to take on that charge, coming up with monies to run the operation when it's up. And so we're kind of excited about that.
Yeah, she's from Lewis County previously. And let me think. We were looking at capping it at 15 dogs. No cats, no rabbits, no horses, just dogs. 4 of those dogs would be dangerous dogs. There would be one room that is a quarantine room, and then the others would be able to be together. So that is what I know at this time. Next month, I will have a lot more information because I will have the drawings and I will know what Public Works has in store for us. Inexpensive as possible for building, cinder block, concrete, tin roof, nothing extravagant. It's practicality. So that was our chain link. that the dogs don't get waterfalls and bridges in
Only
place.
one dog in this county gets a doggy condo.
Yeah, only one dog gets a castle. And that is,
The one that deserves it.
my dog is the one that, no, just kidding. Anyway, any questions on the shelter at this time?
I look forward to seeing the budget.
Yep.
Me too.
I have one final piece of good news. With the changes in our front office, we have upgraded our concealed pistol licenses. Might I approach and show you our show and tell item?
Sure.
So you guys have all seen those yucky paper ones. We are now going to these.
Oh, neat.
And if you stop by,
No picture, no nothing on there though,
the
huh?
Not
pictures are
yet.
coming. I
He's
just don't
coming.
have time to do that.
She's been a little overwhelmed lately.
You overworking this poor woman?
I don't
Yes.
think you got one mailed to you yet. No, yours is coming in as this. So-
Good.
So all the citizens who are patiently waiting for their CPLs will get this hard copy one.
That's a step in the right direction.
And so we are really working toward.
Again, Washington.
Yeah,
I
I know.
know.
We're trying to catch up with Sherman County.
This way, when you drop it in the river, it won't disintegrate. So we wanted to show you something that we were really proud of and
That-
happy
Yep, good
to be
move on there.
providing the citizens.
I did have,
Yep, go for
I
it.
did have one thing. Tim Nair is the lead investigator on this double homicide. He was scheduled for vacation. He's not going to be able to take it because he's got search warrants to do and all kinds of stuff to get done on this. Plus, we're still looking for one of the shooters. We may have to extend his vacation past the end of the year. And I just kind of want to let the board know and see if you're in agreement with that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think somebody's waiting for
Have a
us.
great day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I accidentally did not let Leslie know that the EMS. So, my fault.
It's my fault too, because I was going to question, first off, I didn't know it got pulled, so I was gonna question this morning to make sure that we reached out, which I'm sure, and then I'm like, I know she did.
I totally.
And then,
missed that.
because I didn't know it was not on the deal until I was sitting here, so.
Okay, this has been quite interesting. I learned a lot just in the last 15 minutes. So we just, I'm actually not gonna be here next week when the meeting's rescheduled.
So we're gonna make you jump forward to the microphone if you're gonna talk, otherwise everybody online will be hollering at us through text if they can't hear you. So tell everybody who you are, and then we'll continue.
Hi there, I'm Leslie Hebert, the CEO at Klickitat Valley Health.
And I'm Erin Woolley, Chief Nursing Officer at KVH.
So there was a meeting scheduled in regard with EMS and mental health transfers. And so I am actually not available next week when the meeting's scheduled. I think Erin hopefully can be here, but just from the hospital perspective. And I think the other maybe possible portion of that conversation was just questions around the formation of the EMS district. And so I was here, Lee was here. I don't know that anybody else was here. So if you have any questions pertaining to that, I can always do follow-up, email questions, or if you have them today, I'm happy to answer them.
So yeah, we were supposed to be discussing transports and then the formation of the district. And I guess part of me is wondering why the commissioners oversee the appointments, and is there still a need for the commissioners to oversee the appointments? Or if they need to go out and be voted on by the general public, and then what's your opinion? And I wish you were here for the transports discussion, but hopefully somebody is.
And Erin could talk much more eloquently about that than I, because she sees it from the ED, from the nursing perspective at the hospital. So when we formed the EMS district, Brad Berg with Foster Pepper created the bylaws, and we looked around the state, and there was really no other EMS district to look to take a sample bylaw. So we formed it with knowing that there needs to be some set of accountability, and initially appointed those EMS district board members with the county commissioners having the overall authority as a check and balance. Since there wasn't an election, there's got to be some higher authority that is granting that
But
approval.
the check and balance is my question. Do we have a check and balance? Do we, as board members, have a check and balance, or are we just rubber stamping names? And if we're just rubber stamping names, then why do we have oversight?
So you haven't approved every nomination historically.
Oh.
There was a nomination in the last 10 years that wasn't approved. So
How did they reach that? Do they interview the people? Did the previous board?
yeah, so
How
the
did they-
EMS district goes through a process, looking for nominations, a lot of times with volunteer boards, you're actively going out and searching and finding people. And so going through that process, there's an application process to fill out. And they are, there's 5 positions. One is nominated by the cities. Because they are incorporated, they had to approve by resolution the formation of the district. Another position is nominated by the hospital districts. The hospital districts donated all of our assets into the EMS district, and currently allow the use of our facilities on our campuses for essentially the cost of utilities. It's a $500 a month rent.
And that's seats 1 and 2, correct?
Yeah,
And the commissioners get 3, 4, and 5. So the one we
Yes.
currently have before us is a hospital district, or is that a city?
it's not. It's actually one of yours.
3, 4,
And
5s?
so those have been from the areas that you represent. So the one currently up, I believe, is in Jake's, Commissioner Anderson's district. Is that correct? Yeah. So that's how it was set up. And, it's been over 10 years, and the EMS district has had an opportunity to evolve, and maybe it's time to change those bylaws and go back, go to an election process. But that's kind of the history of why they were initially formed. There wasn't an election, so that there needed to be higher authority approval of a nomination, and then really it's what you want to do with that. If it doesn't have to be a rubber stamp. If you don't feel like that person representing those particular 5 different areas is the right person, you can not approve that.
Question? No? Okay.
They are essentially the same bylaws that were approved. I think there was a couple of little, changes over the course of time with some small revisions, but they're basically the same. Brad Berg is a wonderful resource. He is pretty expensive, but he might be able to give some background information if the commissioners have any additional questions. Rob Kimmis is just taking over from Mike Madden at Skyline when this was occurring. And Chuck Verts has been involved as one of the very first board members, as Tony Gilmore as well. And I think the other 3, I was the operations manager initially, with Rob being the hospital representative, because Skyline had to give up their provider number for EMS, because Klickitat County only is granted through a certificate of need process provider numbers for 2 EMS services. So Skyline had their service, KVH had our service. Skyline gave up their provider number so the EMS we could start the application process, which is pretty lengthy, to apply for approval through the state, and then apply for a CMS provider number, and then a Medicaid state provider number. It took about 8 months. So in September, I was able to step down from that role.
We think the only weird thing is, we appoint a lot of people to a lot of different positions. I think the only one is that separates this is that it's the EMS board that finds the nominations to forward to us rather than us finding the nominations like most of our other boards. That's really the only other difference. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as, you know, whether we appoint someone to a planning commission or some other board. The only other thing is that the board that we appoint for the EMS board has budgetary oversight, where most of the other boards, they don't have budgetary oversights.
The EMS district has really, between their net patient services revenue and their tax revenue, it's a $3 million operation, so it's nothing. I mean, it's pretty significant. And, you know, financial oversight is a primary role of, you know, being on that board to have that accountability component of it. So it is kind of a big deal.
That's kind of why I'm drafting these questions, because if this all ends up at these commissioners' feet, well, you appointed, I mean, we all know and will probably know what's going on with the White Salmon School District, and they're missing $3.2 million or what have you. Maybe you don't. But I guess my worry is with this district that are people that we appoint or approve, that we really don't have any budget authority over. If there's some issue there, it's going to end up back on our laps of why weren't you watching? Why weren't you following this? Why didn't you see this coming? You're the ones that appointed them. And to me, part of me is like, if you've got a $3 million operating budget, maybe you should be in an elected position to make sure the general public had oversight options there. And I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from. If this all could end up at my feet, yet I don't even know who's applying or who's recommended or why they're recommended, and I didn't get an interview with them, and I didn't get to see where they stand on a position, and I just get a sign off on their placement. It just doesn't. It's like everything else. I don't want to sign it unless I know about it.
Somebody just stepped into the room who has a $3 million budget now. We don't want to make them an elected official.
So the other component of that I should add is the emergency response. What is it? Clearly, Jeff King's position is an ex officio member of the board, as is Dr. Russell Smith, the medical director for the EMS district. So there are two ex officio positions that, as well as the chief of the CASIFA. So the Klickitat County Fire and Rescue as a whole has a position that is ex officio. They're non-voting members, but they do generally attend most meetings if they're available. So Jeff's position was supposed to kind of be that liaison between the EMS district and the county commissioners to report on. But I completely understand your position, and it may be time for those positions to be elected.
That helps. Any other questions or comments or?
No, I just thank you very much for the history lesson.
Yep. And it may not be the last history lesson.
Yeah, if you have any more questions, please be sure to let me.
And I hope we can see you next week.
I will be here.
And if you have some extra time this evening, we do have our town hall meeting for our bond proposition, if you're interested in attending at 6 p.m. at the Grange.
I saw flyers on our table downstairs when I walked in.
Great. Well, if you have any questions, you can either come or just let us know. I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you much.
All right. Thank
Sorry
you.
we didn't notify you before you drove over here.
This is great. Actually, it was very, hey, Aaron, it was very interesting to learn more about the sheriff's office.
I'm assuming, Aaron, you don't have any, no questions, comments, concerns? All right, go back to your easy job. And thank you. Actually, before since we're in a place where my brain actually remembers things, and Miss Aaron just left the room, I would like to discuss with my seatmates Stipends.
Mr. Chairman, it was my goal to add that to the business agenda under actually under new business for the afternoon.
Oh, there we go. Works for me.
And then also add the court cost discussion under old business, if my seatmates are okay with that for when I make the motion on the agenda.
Okay. Any issues with that?
No.
Works for me. Well, then it's 11:30.
Mr. Chairman, having nothing else before us this morning, I would make a motion to recess the meeting until 1 o'clock for the lunch hour.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjourning for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. All right, the time is now 1 o'clock. It is time for our afternoon meeting of the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We did roll call, so on to business agenda. Okay. Your mic.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the business agenda with 2 items added on. Under new business, a discussion with human resources at 2 o'clock, as well as for old business at 2:35 for court cost discussion.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the business agenda with 2 add-ons. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the business agenda with 2 add-ons, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the meetings as presented, meeting minutes as presented.
I would second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the commissioner meeting minutes for March 7th, 2023 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passes. All right, moves us to time for citizen comment. Citizen comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Please give us your name and general location for the record. Please keep your dialogue to anything pertaining to inside of Klickitat County. With that, let me look over my agenda real quick. With that, we will be open to citizen comment. Come on forward, state your name and general location for the record, please.
Gene Callan, 38 Knight Road, Goldendale. Couple of quick opening comments, or just not a long list here, but the last time I was here, you all approved the extension of the moratorium, and I thank you for that. I think we all agree that the moratorium needs to exist for a reason, not just to be a moratorium. It needs.
Public comment on that issue has been closed. You're talking about the moratorium?
Well, I'm talking about encouraging the staff to continue to work on our comp plan, our CAO, our SMP, and coordinate that. No problem. And especially towards adopting badly needed solar ordinances. So I encourage you as commissioners to push, encourage, and work with your staff to continue that process so that our moratorium has a reason. Second of all, we know we have an FSEC meeting coming up sometime in the near future. Time is running short. I encourage you to put a good, strong strategy together that is balanced with, an open mind, but also recognizes that a majority of the people that spoke at the moratorium were in favor of keeping our controls and our regulations local. With that, I highly encourage you to research and hire an outside legal counsel. that has land use and litigation experience. There are a number out there that are very good. I would end with, in these kind of situations, you need specialists. When the county hired architects to do this building, they didn't hire or use a firm that does hospitals or schools. They hired a firm that specializes in office buildings. And I would encourage you to do the same thing when it comes to our legal counsel. The county needs that expertise and that strategic input to get organized in front of FSEC in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I was running a clock on that one. Are we gonna run one over there?
I apologize.
I know, we're good. We'll get it handled. Let's go online. Anybody online have citizen comments? Not seeing any jumping up, so we will go back in the room, and for citizen, we have one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dave Barta, Goldendale. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a result of the recent application by Carragher Solar to State Energy Facilities Siting Environmental Council, Klickitat County needs to act in the interests of its own citizens in order to preserve local control over industrial solar siting in our area. Back in 2019, when industrial solar first came to the forefront, it was clearly evident that industrial solar conglomerates would end up using FSEC permitting because solar developers want fastest, most direct path to siting their industrial facilities. In fact, more than one current developer already has a track record of simply flipping to FSEC from local ordinance at the first sign of resistance. In light of this, as commissioners, please advocate for all the citizens in Klickitat Valley and the city of Goldendale as a way to maintain local control. I'm requesting that the board do a couple of things. First, instruct officials in the county planning department to prepare appropriate documentation and presentation for the upcoming FSEC public meeting and hearing scheduled for April 13th. That documentation should include evidence about local land use, resource land inventory, zoning constraints, etc. in the area around Goldendale as well as surrounding the BPA substation near Knight Road. I assume that the presentation would be designed to clearly state the desire of the board to maintain the importance and integrity of local ordinances. Second, I ask you to request the prosecuting attorney that he also advocate for local control over the process. And in light of unrelated tragic events over the past couple of weeks, I ask you to request the prosecutor seek additional expert counsel to represent Klickitat County's interest. Recently, the county has accessed additional legal representation for salary negotiations, contract negotiations, and land ownership in the Glenwood Valley. That expert counsel was paid for a reason. One person cannot possibly cover all the areas of expertise to make county government function and to advocate on the part of local citizens. We need an expert ready to go up against a state agency that was actually designed to suppress local input into the siting of industrial production facilities. Add to that what will likely be lengthy criminal prosecutions and new enforcement requirements surrounding possession and or trafficking, and new enforcement requirements around illegal substances for the prosecutor. His job becomes even more daunting. For nearly 4 years, I've listened to challenges our prosecutor is facing, finding qualified candidates to work in that office. And as a board, I think it's a chance to support the PA's office by freeing up funds to take something off that prosecutor's plate, and I request that you do that. I think the decisions you make today determine the next half century or more in the Goldendale area. I literally fell in love with the place when I topped out at Dooley's, driving north on Highway 97 37 years ago. Plenty of other people who have decided to make the Klickitat Valley home have had the same experience. How might those reactions be different in a year or 2 or 3 for somebody who tops out at Dooley's on 97 and immediately sees hundreds of acres of solar panels on their right and more on their left, and 6,000 more acres between them and Mount Adams? Thank you.
Thank you for comments. We'll go back online. Does anybody online have citizen comment? Sherry, name and general location for the record, please. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Perfect. Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ma'am, our commissioners. I was looking over some FSEC information and how they cite projects. First off, I would also like to say I support what I heard from the two gentlemen that came before me. I would like to be informed as soon as the county knows immediately on the FSEC meeting. We were told it's the 13th. And that we need to know about this as a community. You've heard us loud and clear in what we want in our county. And it's time to stand up. It's time to get your people together so we can represent ourselves to the state agency that wants to oversee our county's processes. And I feel it's too bad that our county is going to have to hire an attorney to fight off these foreign corporations, because we all have discovered that they have foreign parent companies sucking up the tax credits, getting rich, being billionaires off tax credits, putting green, supposedly green renewable houses, solar panel renewable. Those minerals aren't renewable. So the green scam we've been fed. And it's too bad that we have to pay to fight against these giants. We've tried to warn you of who they are and the lawsuits they will bring to our county. They target counties like us, the small communities who don't have a lot of stuff in place, and they know that they can get around our stuff. And it's disgusting that they went to FSEC, but there they are after years of warning. And so here we are to fight them. And hopefully our commissioners will fight with its people. I hope you've heard us. And I hope you've heard our concerns and how our agricultural land is precious. So, you know, I believe I sent something, well, I don't know if I have, but we just have to, you know, be aware of what's going on. There's a lot going on with this green energy push right now. And we all know it's tax credits. Billions of dollars have been put forward for these tax credits, and they're all rushing to get their tax credits. And where do tax credits come from? Where do they come from? They come from the taxpayers. So are we going to stop what's happening in the federal level? Probably not, but we can stop it here locally. And we can stand up, and I hope the commissioners will keep us fully informed. And I hope that we can be the voice that we stood in front of you for the moratorium as FSEC comes to our county and tries to tell our county where and where we won't destroy our farmlands. So thank you for your drive forward, and I hope that we can really make a difference together. Thank you. Oh, and please tell me about a public records request, and please tell me when you get any information regarding the April 13th meeting.
I guess I need to ask clarification on the words public records request. Please tell us when you get it. Are you looking for any information we currently have on that meeting? Because you can't make a public records request in advance of any information we do get next month or next week. Are you asking for any information that we currently have on the April 13th meeting? Or are you just looking for an answer?
That's a good question. I guess what I was looking for is that if you get something in your inbox from FSEC, you could forward it on, you know, regarding the meeting. But if I understand if it's not an existing document, how could I request it? So I guess I'll just keep
checking. That was my
checking.
clarification. I will tell you that it is my goal as we go through this process to update you on everything we know on a weekly basis. If we know anything new, it will be talked about right here live and in person. With that, if you need a document for something that you don't think you're getting, please ask for it. But I can't fulfill a document request for a document that doesn't exist yet. But when we know of the document, we will make it public, I'm sure, or you can at least listen on Tuesday and we'll let you know what we know.
Okay, so can I public records request any information you've received so far as a county board from regarding this meeting?
You can if you want, and we will create hours of work to fulfill your document request. In the future, I would prefer if you just ask the question and then we can answer it in 30 seconds versus 2 hours of employee work to fulfill said request, but we will document your request and we will process your request as requested.
Well, can you confirm if you've gotten any confirmation for the April 13th meeting yet from FSEC?
If you let us take the rest of citizen comment, we might be able to
Okay.
answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Back in the room. Anybody else have citizen comment in the room? We have one coming forward.
Really had no intentions of making any comments today, since I already hit Dan up for more rock, but he's still not going to give it to me. Now, let me state for the record, once again, I am not against solar. So don't construe my comments as being against solar. Now, I've heard you collectively. I visited with each one of you individually. Regarding the moratorium process, where are the results? We've been over 2 months. Where is the plan to get the results? Now, if I'm wrong and if I've missed it, I will be happy to be informed correctly. But where are we going? How are we getting there? I know there's this broad general, but I've yet to see any specific plan. Who's going to do what, when, to achieve the results, to come to a conclusion? I don't believe it's good for the people who want solar. I don't believe it's good for the people that don't want solar, or for the solar corporations to be left in this vacuum. FSEC. I certainly hope there is somebody in the county going through that hundreds of pages, page by page, making notes and doing research to see how compatible their application is to our permits and our comprehensive plan and to everything that we have in our county, so that we can make a sensible, rational case to the hearing. I'm not hearing that from anyone. I'm not seeing that. If I'm wrong, correct me, inform me, and I'll be happy to do it. I'd be glad to be wrong. But results? I mean, is the moratorium for real, or are we just stalling? It needs to be produce something. To be prepared for the state means something, not just to show up and dawdle and look at the ceiling and wonder why we don't have anything to say. I can give another reason, perhaps, you should seek outside counsel. Statements I have heard and statements attributed to our prosecutor, I would say, point to a very strong bias in favor of solar without restriction. There are probably those who would say he should recuse himself from it. And if he doesn't, there's probably those who would be inclined to turn him over to the Bar Association for such an attitude and inadequate representation of the county when he's already made up his mind of how solar should go. Thank you, guys. Please correct me, inform me if you can.
Thank you, Mr. West. We have the moratorium comment scheduled at 2:15, which I'm sure our planning director would be here. At that time, I would anticipate getting a schedule of events and how we plan on moving forward with that schedule during that 2:15 timeframe. So if you hang out, you'll probably learn all the answers to all your questions. With that, we'll go back online. Any citizen comment online?
Yeah, I would like to comment.
Okay, go ahead. Name and general location for the record, please.
So Gabrielle Gilbert, and this is Fruit Valley. I'm a little confused on why there is an attack against the prosecutor, and I'm not clear about why someone would bring up putting him in front of the bar. So I'd like some clarification on what kind of witch hunt that's become. The other thing I want to speak to is that there were meetings held concerning the shelter, the dog shelter, and there was some concerning things coming out that this was going to possibly not stress adoption. And I want clarification that if we're building a shelter, we're building it with the understanding that we're going to be humane to animals, and that we are seeking that they are adopted out, and that this is not in any way, shape, or form a kill shelter. And then finally, I just want to clarify for Commissioner Zoller. I received your email. If we're organizing, hopefully for this Friday, a meeting in White Salmon. And this invitation goes to the other commissioners. Before commissioners have spoke and elected officials have spoke about how regulations on childcare are problematic. It's an opportunity to meet a woman who literally ran a home childcare for 33 years until she retired some 5 years ago, and would have an in-depth information on regulations that work and regulations that are cumbersome. And I hope that all the commissioners can possibly learn from that and come and see us in White Salmon to childcare. If there are difficulties in county hiring because there's a lack of childcare, there is a correlation that a lack of childcare makes the economics of a community more difficult to thrive. And that's why childcare needs to have a place in the center of conversations with county work, from elected officials, with elected city officials, with elected state officials to address our childcare desert. I appreciate your time and look forward to hearing commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. We'll go back in the room for any citizen comment. Seeing none, we'll go back online. Anybody else online have citizen comment? We have about 5 minutes remaining, which I'm not saying will be 5 minutes. We might start early since we tend to have a lot of comments these days and run a little long. I see 0088.
Yeah, as I understand, Delmer Eldred Goldendale, as I understand, Representative Mossbrooker brought in $7.5 million into the local government. And I was wondering if the county was a recipient of that money, where was it spent? And otherwise, do they know who ended up with that money? And that's my only comment there.
Del, before you go, can I get some clarification on what you're talking about with the 7.5 million? Where did you hear this? Is that happened this year?
He said that she had brought $7.5 million into the community on the radio and for local government. And I've emailed her 3 times and I can't get an answer where that money went and who has it. So I was just wondering if you guys ended up with it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go with one more online. Pat Arnold, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Gabrielle said. I heard some of the discussion this morning about the dog shelter. And I don't know how the board was put together. I must have missed that part. But there have been numerous people on these meetings expressing an interest. And I don't know if any of them have been tapped to be on the board, but absolutely, it should be a shelter that fosters adoptions. It should be a no-kill shelter. And it should treat dogs humanely. I was a little shocked at some of the comments this morning about the anticipated treatment of the animals in the shelter. And I support everything Gabrielle said, and I hope that there'll be some further elucidation about how that board was settled and picked and what kind of shelter this is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. We'll go back in the room for a last chance. Anybody have public comment before we get to answers from the board? Not seeing it. My seatmates have anything they want to respond, or I'll go first if they're not ready yet.
Go ahead.
Okay. So to Mr. Callan, I agree with you that and I believe, I hope, this board is serious about updating the plans. I know I am. I can only speak for me. I will continue to push that as long as I'm here. I also agree with you that we need special counsel for not only ourselves as we work through the moratorium process, but also for guidance for us and our staff as we work through the FSEC process. That is my current thought on outside counsel. Still waiting to hear back from the prosecutor. And we'll take it from there later. Mr. Barta, thank you. I do appreciate the two statements you made with directing our departments to get in front of the FSEC process. I think you'll find we'll be having that discussion later today as well. And the prosecuting attorney one we already covered. Sherry, I do not know of when they are actually going to hold the meeting. I have not received an email from FSEC telling me after they canceled the last one. So I'm sure if my seatmates know anything I don't know, I'm on the mailing list, just like I'm sure you're on the mailing list. So when I get an email, you'll probably get an email. And if you would like to FOIA that email, I'll be happy to send it to you, but it'll probably look exactly like the one you get. Because I will have no outside contact with them of anything that anybody else doesn't have that's on their mailing list. But feel free every Tuesday to ask the question. I will be happy to answer the question. And hopefully that fulfills your needs so that we can lessen our records requests if possible. If not, we'll be happy to do the records requests. Gabrielle Gilbert, clarification on what the testimony was from the citizen about a witch hunt with the prosecutor and turning them into the Bar Association. You want clarification on that? Sorry, I can't give you any clarification on that because that was a citizen making a comment. That was not the board making a comment. So if you want clarification, you'll have to reach out to that citizen and ask them for clarification. Clarification on the dog shelter not being a kill shelter. I can't give you clarification on that either because the dog shelter is not a county project. A county project is something that is going through and approved by the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners, and this dog shelter is not. This potential dog shelter is being handled by the sheriff's office in a way he sees fit to draw up a plan that he will then present to the Board of Commissioners to decide whether we're interested or not. So I don't know, this could address Pat Arnold's question too. How was the board put together for the dog shelter? Have no idea. That would be a question for the sheriff's office because again, the board was not put together with directions from the Board of County Commissioners because when we make a board, we take applications, we interview applicants and we place them accordingly. We have nothing to do with who sits on this board or why they sit on this board. So this again is a question for the sheriff's office. Dell, I don't know anything about your statement about Ms. Brosberger's $7.5 million into the local government. It could be there, I don't know. I have not been informed of it yet, unless it has something to do with money that was put on the Hood River Bridge or something, I don't know. Again, you know about as much as I do on that until some paper crosses my desk. So that's what I have, which is pretty much a bunch of I don't know the answer to the questions because for the most part, those questions do not pertain to county government. Who's next?
I can go, sure. So Mr. Callan, thank you for coming in today. And I agree, we do need outside counsel. It's a expertise area and we need the best we can get to represent our staff and the public deserves the best in this situation. We do need to update our plans, and that also brings me into Mr. Barta. Planning is my passion, good planning, following rules, regulations, process. I'm a process person. And so as fast as we can get this into a solid process and get it moving, I will be much happier and aim towards local control, that's for sure. And Mr. West, same thing. We're working on it and we'll have a lengthy discussion today. And I hope our discussion today bears some fruit and we can start moving. The clock is ticking. As far as the meeting, Sherry, we do get email updates. They are probably what they generate to the entire public. What I'm hearing from FSEC is they're on the 13th, they believe right now, but the last thing they were working on was securing a building that had the right type of technology they needed. I think they found something, so if they did, we'll be hearing more updates soon. And Ms. Arnold, if you are interested in that board. We heard from the sheriff today about the dog shelter board. We didn't know anything about it and are not handling that, so I would contact the sheriff's department about that.
Thank you, commissioners. So, Mr. Callen, Mr. West, and Mr. Barta, we are not allowed to hire outside legal counsel as the Board of County Commissioners. And we are not able to put forward names or thoughts or of ideas of who that outside legal counsel is, because that has to go through the prosecuting attorney's office, as the prosecutor is the attorney for the county. The prosecutor would be hiring any outside legal counsel. So it would probably be best to have that discussion with the prosecutor on whether or not, and your reasons and rationale why. I would hope that you would go into that conversation with kind, clear, and considerate. Saying in a public meeting someone has bias and you should go to the bar is probably not going to have a positive response from someone who's in elected office. With regards to, we will have the conversation about the moratorium later. I 100% agree with all of you that we need to have the discussion about the actual project-specific item, and we need to have that sooner rather than later. And I've been asking for multiple weeks to have that discussion. In fact, after citizen comment is over, I'm going to be making a motion to add to the 2:30 Energy Facility Site Evaluation Council appointment discussion, a discussion for the county response, so that we can open up those discussions as well. And with regards to the kill shelter or adoption shelter, or how that's going to go, our only update was this morning. You can find that discussion from the sheriff's department on the county website in the next couple of days, so that you can watch and review that. And again, my seatmates are 100% correct. We have not been included in any of those discussions. I think, sir, that probably suits me, since everything else will be coming up later today.
Okay. Do we technically need a motion to add that to our agenda to not talk about during board pending because we've already discussed it, so maybe it's a board pending issue, but if you want it on the actual agenda, I have no problem with that either.
I keep hearing that people are saying that we aren't putting things on the agenda that should be on the agenda, and we're doing too much in board pending. So if you've noticed over the last couple of weeks, I've been trying to add things to the actual agenda. And I think that would,
prior to the meeting though, so let people know that it's coming up.
right. And so with this discussion, I think that's an appropriate place to have that conversation along with that appointment. So that's where I would be. If you would like a motion, if you'd like to do it under board pending, that's fine.
I'm fine either way.
I think it shows a good sign of good faith that we put it on the agenda, that we're going to have that discussion though. So I would make a motion to add the county response to the Carringer application to the 2:30 discussion.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to add that to the agenda? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, with that, we will conclude our citizen comment section. We will move on. We don't have any public hearings, bid openings, or public meetings, so we will move on to Washington State Department of Natural Resources Southwest Region Manager, Acting Larry Leach, for an update on DNR land trusts and discussion regarding sustainable timber yield harvest calculations for the east side. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
You got good news, right?
Well, I hope so. And honestly, I guess for the record, Larry Leach, the Acting Southeast Region Manager for Department of Natural Resources. I was really thinking this would be a discussion. When I was asked to show up, you guys, it sounded like you had questions about what's going on with the harvest calculation, but to kind of help with that, I did bring a timeline of what's ahead to kind of structure how that will go.
Thank you, sir.
And I think previous to the COVID-19 shakeup, I had given a briefing to this board, which we thought at that time we were going to start on the harvest calculation. Then COVID happened and a bunch of our staff left the agency. So it took us a couple of years to rebuild that staffing, and now we're in a position to restart on what we thought we were going to start, 3 years ago. So kind of what you'll see on that timeline is we just collected the data for our remote sensed inventory, which is a combination of LiDAR imagery and aerial photographs, which give us an idea of what the standing volume is on the landscape. We are moving into the next part of that, which is going to the Board of Natural Resources, and we'll be asking them if there's any policy changes they would like us to model and consider so they can see what various things look like. That question we haven't formally asked them that yet, but that's kind of the next thing in line. And some of those policy considerations might be, how we treat our habitat conservation plan for northern spotted owls. It might be management for the western gray squirrel, or it could be and likely will include something about climate and what drought might do to the forests in Eastern Washington. Given that feedback from the Board of Natural Resources, it'll give some scenarios to consider, and we'll run those scenarios, and then you'll see what it calls new yields generated. That is using computer models to grow the forest forward, and we'll grow it for 100 years to see what the growth would be, and then the model will optimize what the decadal harvest level should be in those 100 years. And from that, it'll inform what the next 10 years of harvest on a sustainable basis will look like. And feel free to stop me anytime if I'm getting too in the weeds for you. From those model runs, some scenarios we presented to the board, and they'll choose between those scenarios on what their preferred alternative would be. We'll settle on a discount rate, which is really what we answer to the board on is value delivered, not necessarily volume. So we want to maximize the value that goes to the beneficiaries, which includes Klickitat County. From that, we need to do an environmental impact statement, which goes through a public comment period, and then a final determination will be made on that environmental impact statement before the harvest calculation is adopted by the board as our harvest level set by policy. And you'll see the timeline there. It takes some time to get through all that. You just run the model is, a couple of months for the computer to do its thing. Each time we want to plug in a different input and have it go with the thousands of inventory units, which I think the smallest unit is 5 acres. So it's similar forest structure out on the land. So that takes a lot of time. The public input and impact statement development takes some time. But the hope is that we'll have a calculation June of 2025 for the period 2024 through 2034.
So if you're hoping to get this done in 25 for the period of 24 through 34, you're gonna have any harvest in 24 at all?
Yeah, we will, and it's pretty common.
The old metrics.
Well, and yeah, and our last calculation, I think, was 1996, so we're way out of date on our calculation. There's a
Not
lot.
the only ones then. We're 97, you're a year older than us, good.
So we've, in the harvest calculations I've been part of in the last 23 years at DNR, we've oftentimes been off from the break in the decade. So if the calculation comes in at more or less than what we cut in that first fiscal year, we would adjust for that over the next 9 years.
What was your previous sustainable yield harvest calculation off the east side forest goals?
So it was calculated for all of Eastern Washington, and I want to say it was 65 million. At least that's what we've been using.
And have you been meeting that 65 million a year?
We've been in Southeast region exceeding our harvest level, mostly due to pretty often at times had to address salvage from fire impacts, which kicks us over where we really are targeting. I don't know right now how the whole east side has done on that. I think probably pretty close.
What percentage of the east side forest is in Klickitat County? And if you want to say southeast, that's fine too.
Well, I wrote down that there's 65,600 acres of trust land in Klickitat County. About 20,000 acres of that is county trust. In Southeast region, there's 275,000 acres of forested land. So it's a pretty good chunk of our forested ownership is in Klickitat here.
Did you bring any documents on plans for cuts this year on county trust lands?
Actually, I brought Stephanie Margine back here. She didn't want to come up front, I guess, but
Coming now.
she was grabbing the upcoming harvest stuff. So,
All right.
you want to introduce yourself first?
Stephanie Marga, I'm the acting assistant region manager for Southeast region. And for fiscal year 23, we had 3 sales here. Galaxy sold in October for 4.5, or it was million board feet. Foggy Notion and -5 both go up next month in April for 1.8 and 3. And then in fiscal year 24, Baldy for about 2.5 for the volume.
Million board feet.
Yep.
And are those on county trust land, or that's just the total sales in the county?
Right, those are for.
Those are the county trusts only?
Yep.
Yeah. And there might be a little bit of other trusts mixed in a couple of those.
Yep.
I was going to say, I've never seen a sale just on county trust.
That seems way more than what we normally get on county trust, so.
Yeah, there's a little bit of mixing going on, at least a couple of those, but I think one of them was actually almost all FDA.
I'm not gonna set my budget on it, but we'll just be happy when it arrives, I guess.
How many total acres do you know?
Oh. 1,100, 1,000-ish. Just quick math.
And that's over 23 and 24.
Right.
Could you forward those sales to our clerk of the board? That would be great. And if we could get the total number of acres that are actually county trust versus what's not mixed in, that'd be great too, so that we can, I mean, we've got to start try, and if you know how much it is and an estimate of how much, then we can start budgeting that in for, you
Yeah,
know,
if you've got
our
any kind
fiscal
of
year.
estimate on sale price, what we're gonna get out of it kind of thing, so that we can plan our budget, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we can have Kevin work that up. And we can go with our appraised price, which depending on markets,
Right. Give me a
it gets you
ballpark,
close.
I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Cause I'll err caution into it, but
The projection is the markets are gonna start to dip.
of course they are, cause it's our stuff for sale.
Well, it's been really, really good for the last.
I know, it just
years.
wasn't our stuff.
Well, we sold some of your volume in the high market too.
That's true, we did get a little,
I mean, if there's
kicker
3
last year.
sales for, in 23 for 4, 9,
Yeah.
almost 10
We're-
million, that would go a long way.
That'd be huge.
We're kind of in the crosshairs of some mills trying to outcompete each other right here. So we get generally a really good bid on Klickitat timber sales. Because Boise wants to outcompete High Cascade, and High Cascade wants to outcompete Boise in their backyard. So we take advantage of that whenever we can.
Were those all dug fir or was any of those pine?
The land share of that would be for, obviously, in Eastern Washington, there's gonna be a little bit of everything, but I know Baldy's a big time fir sale in the Heason block. -5 was some really nice fir kind of in the south of Convoy, Rattlesnake area.
Okay. So is Baldy then behind BZ or where is that one? Or is it up on top of the hill?
I think some of it's gonna come down BZ, some of it's gonna come down the 1300 to the B1000.
Okay. I'm just really glad you guys are back to logging in that area of the world. And hopefully we can, so speaking about, you know, the east side, you know, sustainable yield calculation, I know we've talked for years about, you know, a county sustainable yield calculation, you know, of our land mass. And, you know, when you look at the state and if you prioritize common schools, well, they're always going to get their amount. And they also say they don't rely on that money very much. The counties, I would say, are far more reliant on timber dollars, especially when we look at our neighbors to the west. And so if there's any way with 20,000 acres that we could get a goal of, you know, a minimum of 100 to 200 acres a year that you guys are designing in, that you're giving direction to your Forest Service staff that starts, whether it goes onto common schools land, but as long as it's on our land that's on a sustained yield, that we can start budgeting in, because for the last 10 years, we go into our budget process not knowing, having a clue how many acres are getting cut, how much value we're going to have. And so if you don't know, we can't budget in.
Yeah.
Which when you can't budget something, it's always nice to have a cushion at the end, but that's also a lot of things that we can't plan for to do as a county, as well as our junior taxing districts. So I know that this looks like, you know, to 2025, and that's looking at your whole east sides, but I don't think with 20,000 acres, it should be too awful difficult to direct staff to always shoot for 100 to 200 acres a year off of the county ground. And that would That would do a lot for Klickitat County and the residents.
Yeah, and I've heard you guys say that to me in the past, and then I've passed that on. We also, it's funny you bring that up because one of the things they're looking at when they give us the outputs from the statewide or the east side wide harvest calculation, one idea is that they have a FDA broken out where we have an even flow for FDA lands and an even flow for RMCA lands.
Can you use the
RMC?
So I was just about to. So FDA is county trust,
Right.
which in Eastern Washington is, I think there's 6 acres that aren't county trust in Klickitat County. Klickitat County has 2 acres, and I think Lincoln County might have 4 acres. So we would basically have a calculation for the Klickitat FDA lands. And then RMCA is all the other trusts except for the agricultural school lands. And that's the common school and university and capital trust and all the other beneficiaries we manage for.
What's included in the FDA that's not the county? What are those acres?
So there's 3 counties have county trust lands, Klickitat, Kittitas, and it's somewhere up around Spokane. Not sure where, but Kittitas only has 2 acres and it's not forested. And then the 4 acres up by Spokane is a comm site that generates revenue up there.
Any kind of
So
sizable
all the timber, the timber calculation would be for just your lands. If the board decides to go that route, which I think is a great idea, and it really makes sense in Western Washington. So when they do the next one there, they probably do the same thing. So if you want to have some sway on that, talk with your rep on the Board of Natural Resources. I forget her name, but she's Skagit County Commissioner. There you go. She could probably have some input into that decision too.
So with your analysis, would you guys be able to break out how many board foot are standing on county trust lands? Could you do that without doing the full sustainable yield harvest calculation?
Like a snapshot of volume today. I'm sure someone could figure that out.
Who's the right people to talk to?
We can ask that question and send that along when we get the harvest data. You want gross volume or available for harvest volume?
Both.
I was gonna say, both would be nice, but damn.
Give me an option. I'm gonna choose both.
We'll try to make it as clear as we can.
Can you talk a little bit more what you're expecting or thinking when we're going through the potential uplisting of the Western gray squirrel right now, and then when you say that we may be making decisions on the sustainable yield harvest calculation based on the gray squirrel, is that predicated on that uplisting? What was your thoughts behind that comment?
So DNR has been voluntarily using the gray squirrel guidance for as long as I can remember. One thing we like to do when we do these harvest calculations is make sure the board is aware of the impacts of decisions that are made. And if we're making a decision that isn't rooted in policy set by the board, we really need to be very transparent about that. So the squirrel thing is one that there isn't a policy, it's a voluntary thing that we've been doing. But it'd be good to have a clear answer on if we should continue with that or not.
That was most of my questions. Have they started logging on Galaxy or Foggy Notion? Or the -5 yet? Do we know?
I'm trying to think which one.
Foggy and -5 haven't sold yet.
Oh, they haven't sold yet.
They'll sell next month.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Galaxy.
Galaxy could be as soon as it's dry enough to get in there. I don't know if that started yet or not.
Where exactly is that?
So that sale is right, Carr Road, if you're familiar with that. It's right where Carr Road takes off.
Oh,
So it's down on the lower side of the car?
It'll be very visible from 141.
everybody's gonna notice and let us know.
Yeah.
So it butts up right to where the other clear cut was? On
Yeah, the private.
on the private
Yep.
side? Okay, so you're just gonna extend that out?
Yeah.
Have you guys looked up, further up Carr Road in that valley? I can't remember the name of that valley, but there is just a lot of dead stuff up there. It's going to hell in a handbasket quick. Getting up towards the top, on the, where Carr takes off, it's on the left-hand side, that whole bowl up there. It's worth a flight over to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm sure Albert, our forester down here, he knows every tree in the unit, so.
I know Albert did a lot of work, going out there doing plots. Is that getting incorporated into the modeling for, your guys' LiDAR stuff? Or is that LiDAR stuff gonna be all estimates based off of the LiDAR?
So the LiDAR is really a way to get a lot of data quickly and cheaply. And it's at the level of detail that works for harvest calculations. The plot work really helps with developing prescriptions, and that's where Albert's work really comes into play.
I didn't know if you try to fact check the LiDAR versus.
There actually is an inventory group that comes out and checks that the remote sensed inventory is accurate. And I don't know what the percentage of the land they do each year, but
Can't be very much.
they're out and about doing that.
That's all I have.
Oh, you have? Doesn't have anything? I don't have anything more. Do you have anything else for us? I appreciate the update. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, I always like coming down to Klickitat since this be where I was. Happy to come down whenever.
Yeah, the only thing I can add is we now have an actual forester on staff, Jennifer Pugh, sitting in the back.
Yeah.
So you'll probably be hearing from her. So when you hear that name, she took my old position with the natural resources.
Okay. Okay, thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for making the drive.
Running a smidge early, but there's a face I don't recognize in the room, so that must be the next one. 2 o'clock under new business, introduction to newly appointed Klickitat County representative to serve on the Columbia River Gorge Commission, Valerie Fowler. Go ahead and come up. We got to train you into getting used to being in the hot seat. And,
Yeah, no, I've got lots of training in that.
Good. How you doing?
Pleasure to meet you.
Good to see you. Yeah.
We want to know why you would possibly want to do this.
It's a really simple answer, actually. When I was growing up, my parents always taught my brothers and myself to do something larger than yourself. So after college, I joined the Foreign Service and served as a diplomat for 30 years for our country. And having grown up in suburban Portland, I grew up hiking the gorgeous gorge, pun not intended, but true. So I was looking forward to finding some way to give back to the community, to the county and the community once we moved here full time. We have a grape producing vineyard right off Old Highway 8 in Lisle. And so it's home. It's where we choose to be after being sent around the world for 30 years. So I figured that representing this wonderful county on the Gorge Commission is a great way to continue serving.
Very nice. Suburban Portland where?
Lake Oswego, but not on the lake.
Good answer.
Yeah, we were very solidly middle class. I paid for 70% of college by teaching swim lessons. Yeah.
There you go. Any questions, input from either of you?
I look forward to having a conversation with you, not on a recorded meeting, and just getting to know you very soon.
As do I, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yep.
And as you serve, come back and give us updates.
Oh, I am at your disposal.
That'd be awesome.
Transparency, I know many of you, or all three of you, focus on that. And I think that's very important. And I'm representing the community and the county, and not myself. So I'd be happy to come anytime you'd like me to come up.
That's perfect, because that's, we don't need that many updates.
No, whenever you'd like one,
But,
or whenever there's something that is of particular import to the
Keeping up the
county.
fight the county has with the Gorge Commission would be nice, which I'm sure you're well aware of.
I'm stepping into tremendously large shoes of Sandra Clark. And I understand Joan, her predecessor before her, was quite an act for Sandra to follow. So I'm aware of the role, responsibilities, and high expectations.
Perfect.
How long have you lived in the county now?
Well, we bought the property in 2016, but I was still serving in the Foreign Service, and my husband did 30 years in the Navy. He retired as a Navy captain. He was an aviator. So we were both all around the world until 2018 when I retired, and then we started the process of getting permission to build on our property with the Gorge Commission.
How long did that take?
A little over 2 years.
Oh, that's not that bad compared to a lot of them.
That's true.
Well, thank you and him for his service to our country.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service now to our county.
I look forward to working with you.
I don't envy you on this one. This could be even more fun than I get to have.
Well, I've had a lot of fun with some interesting characters over the last 30 years. I have a feeling this will continue.
Perfect. Well, thank you, ma'am. It was nice to meet you, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you.
Oh, we are a little early to start the 2:15 continuance of the hearing. Unless you guys want to start early. I mean, I would imagine the typical cast of players is here online, but
I might suggest that you wait till 2:15.
yeah,
Just in case.
that's what I was thinking, just in case somebody didn't make it.
I've got no problem waiting for a little bit. Let me get some more water.
Okay, we'll just kind of, we won't recess, we'll just stay active and,
We could always do the consent agenda.
yep, move on to consent and bills and things like that. I know, right? That's what happens when you have a heart condition, can't drink Red Bull anymore.
Dan, are you the anchor man?
I'm just holding the place down, I guess. Yeah. Are you insinuating I have some mass to me?
There's no insinuation of that at all. No one insinuates that about me.
You just sit here and wait for the whole table to fold up on each end and down in the middle, right?
Do you know what that business is?
No, I don't, and that's kind of what I thought the original picture was for.
No, it's actually a business. I just can't remember what it is.
Did you invite them, DNR people? On our agenda, it sounds like they were asked to come. And I was like, was that you asking or Lee asking or?
Oh, I think it came up,
Timber caucus or something?
Tom Lannon and then Timber Caucus. I'd hope to get with Akansky with AFRC and chat about it. I got to talk with Jason Spadero a little bit.
Does he have any control in timber harvest anymore, or is he Spadero?
For the family, there's one that I still have that's left. But
Are they still doing timber? Okay.
well, what they more importantly, he's the head of the other big one. So there's AFRC and then there's another timber group. And Jason's the executive director. So
Oh, okay. Just get up when you need to get up.
Okay, thank you. All days.
With that, we can move on to paying the bill.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the payable warrants in the amount of $91,055.24, ending March 24th, 2023.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pay the bills. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, I gave you the yawns.
You started it.
I know, as I said, I apologize for giving you the yawns.
I just didn't know where it came from.
I had two of them in a matter of 5 minutes. I don't know what happened.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 7 items, noting that items number 1 and 2 will be pulled for further consideration.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consents, pulling items number 1 and 2. So there'll be a total of 7 items. All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving 7 items of the consent agenda, items number 3 through 10, 9, say aye.
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 I had some bad math there in my head for a second.
I would just note that I looked into that we talked earlier, and yeah, it said yards and tons in the original agreement, and this makes it so that it's all on the yards, which is in the county's interest with regards to that.
I never caught it.
Yeah.
Never caught it. Still got 8 minutes.
I had an update, I don't know if it's appropriate to do it now, to the Dalles Airport contracts with Mr. Foster and Mr. Jeff's wages.
You went through where?
I had an update today on an email.
Jeff Hunter and.
Oh.
Yes, their wages. And then also I got a kind of untimely letter from the city this morning, wondering if we are able to get this done.
Interesting.
And I can pass that to Jake too. Thank you. Oh, my dear.
What? Doesn't make sense. I gotta go back to the email. Did you verify this with the other email?
It doesn't verify with my mouth.
What was his,
Race to see if you can find that email first.
Yep. Let's do it.
Are you looking for his first estimate?
Yeah, we're looking for his first, the Dell's spreadsheet that we had last week that said, I didn't bring it in, mine's in my office, so.
I didn't print it out.
I'm a printed copy guy, maybe I have to walk in there and grab it.
From Richard?
No,
No, it's in my, I printed the email from the Dell's that shows how much
Okay.
their
There,
percentage
okay.
thing.
methodology.
There you go.
I got it.
Because their math and our math don't jive.
So I come out to, when I take their number, which they might have another year for, they might be doing this year's, but the airport total was 104,952. Okay. And we subtract off of that the city council at 25,278. And then if we subtract off of that the legal at 2,674, it comes out to $77,000.
That was the math we were using before, so then it's 77,000, then you can deduct
Right.
our county resource time of 19,500.
Well, no, that's total. See, that was total for 3 years. So we need to take the average of that. 19,544 divided by 3 is 6,514. Forced wage annual total. Well, what doesn't give us the ding subtotal? What? Oh, maybe it's on that page. Ah, there we go. 57,000. 57,996.
I was gonna say, you have it as.
19,332. Okay, Richard Foster's is 19,332, averaged out over 3 years.
Right, but you're not doing Jeff's.
Add in Jeff's, average is 6,500. Yeah, but that's still,
Not divided by 3?
6, 5.
No, we gotta, whoever printed this, we need to teach them how to turn their printer on landscape.
It was me.
20.
Gotta change it from portrait
I
to landscape.
tried. Okay.
So I've
That way
got,
it prints like this.
I've got 25,846 is the average over 3.
25,846.
Yep, average over 3 years. So if
That's
you
our cost.
subtract 77,000 minus
I can do
25,846.
it faster than I can do it anyway. The problem is we need to make this in an explainable format because our math is obviously different than their math.
Divided by 2 is equal to 25,577. That's with our math. With their math that he's saying,
I want to know where he's getting his math from, because that's crazy.
90,000.
So do we want to move this forward to a workshop or something? I mean,
846.
I'm looking at the time.
You're what?
I was looking at time.
Oh.
Do we want to?
Potentially, I mean, or we can take it.
I'm almost there.
Get to the end.
The difference is we would have to draft a letter explaining why we arrived at our numbers and send it back to them.
Mhm.
Because I don't even know where they come up with their numbers unless they're using different numbers than the numbers they emailed us.
Okay, I got the numbers. So if we use our math based on theirs, and we do it based on a 3-year average for ours. So Richard Foster's and Jeff's 3-year wages averaged, rather than just using 2022. Then we come to a grand total of, when we take the 77,000 from our numbers, what we pull off of theirs, minus the $25,846, divided by 2 is $25,577.
Right.
If we use his, Matthew's number at 90,154, then it comes out to $32,154 that we would transfer over.
Right, I just don't get where he's coming up with his math based on the data he provided.
He may be using, because they're coming up on their fiscal budget or their annual. So if he's entered all the information in for 2024 versus 2023, then it may look different. Because if we spent a lot more money, then the percentages would go up. And so rather it being 77,000, it might be 90,000 because of how they run their math. So that would be a question for him. But that's the numbers I come.
Well, that's my point. I don't just take things at face value. I will do math based off the math you give me, but I can't give that math and sign a check over based on math that you didn't provide me. Because yeah, I can be fine with the 25,577. Other than that, he's gonna have to show me math of how we got to his numbers.
So you're asking for justification from Matthew for the 90,000.
How did he arrive at that?
We gotta ask Lori what she wants. She's gotta go back and talk to him. So.
That's okay. We can ask him for that. We can send him a letter and ask for justification and.
Yeah, because he sent us a spreadsheet, but the spreadsheet we have doesn't meet up to these numbers. So either he's working off a different spreadsheet than the one he provided us. Yeah, that's where I would need to be. Do you have a copy of that? Have you ever seen the spreadsheet that he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
You have it, or do you want me to email it to you?
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, rolling along, we're behind schedule. Being it is 2:15, we're going to have a public hearing that is continued and closed to further public comment in accordance with RCW 36.70.795 and Resolution 00823 in regards to the moratorium on large-scale solar projects over 1 acre in size located with township ranges. Wow, I opened myself up to say all these. 314, 315, 316, 414, 415, 416, 417, 515, 516, and 517 in Klickitat County, Washington, and we will start with a staff update.
Thank you, Commissioners. So last week we have a deliberation of the moratorium public hearing. I took some notes and the following are my conclusion based on last week's deliberations. And I want to bring this back today to make sure that this is accurately reflect what you all want staff and, moving forward from this point forward. Excuse me. So my understanding is the county is going to amend and continue the 6-month moratorium adopted on January 10, 2023. So today we're going to sign a new resolution to memorize this public hearing. We will also extend the moratorium for 6 additional months. And so the new deadline for the moratorium to expire will be sometime in September 2023. This moratorium is continued to be in effect, and the county will not accept any county permits for the area that was addressed in the resolution. So that will be focused only on, only in the Goldendale and Centerville Valleys area. And also is the planning department is directed to work with the planning commission to review and amend the zoning ordinance is warranted. Right now, we don't have any specific directions to the planning commission. I was under the impression that staff will work with the planning commission to talk about whether we should have solar regulations in place, focusing only to those areas in the moratorium, or should we have a prohibition in place or lift the moratorium? The direction is for staff to have a discussion with the planning commission and bring that decision or recommendation back to the commissioner for further discussion. Am I accurate?
Burning a lot of time there, boss.
Yeah. Well aware of that.
Can you define amend, the word amend the moratorium?
If we amend the moratorium, then we do not need to come back like 6 months from January 10 to have another extension. I do have an initial work plan. I'm thinking that maybe I can start having some workshop with the planning commission to discuss this topic in April and May, for a couple months. June and July, I will then work, if end up we are going to amend the zoning ordinance, we need to do SEPA review and public comment period. And so it might be from June to July. And then we will have a public hearing before the Planning Commission, July 2023, and hopefully we'll have a recommendation presented to the commissioner August 2023. So if we amend and continue the moratorium, if everything goes as planned, we do not require to have another public hearing to extend the moratorium because it will expire in September.
Is there a plan to have public hearing, public comments before the planning commission to give the planning commission members so that the public has access to the planning commission members before the planning commission members make their determinations on what they're trying to do? I'm hearing the public hearing at the end to ratify whatever the changes are, but I don't hear where the public hearing gets to have input in the what ordinances or what setbacks or what zones or whatever's actually in the planning commission's discussion.
So generally, planning commission workshop, they are public meetings and publics are allowed to comment. And it's up to the chair of the planning commission if they will allow time for the public to provide verbal comment, or if they want, we can advertise in such a way to ask the public to provide input, and then I will bring those to the public meeting for the planning commission to consider.
So the FSEC process, I spent a lot of time with them last week and also with Benton and Yakima counties. And I don't want to get the cart before the horse again. And we are engaged now in the FSEC process, and they're going to move forward and allow us to engage. And I have information to share on how they set that up and how they do it and what's expected of us. But until we get through the initial hearing, I'm a little bit worried about making a decision for planning commission or anybody else until we know which route FSEC is taking. If we're going to go to adjudication, it changes the scope of work. And if we...
Right, but what does that have to do anything with the planning commission and the moratorium? On how FSEC does its thing? Because the planning commission doesn't have anything to do with FSEC.
I would remind that you made it very clear that these are very separate topics at
Okay.
our last discussion.
I'll try to keep it separate in my head.
Right, that's kind of where I'm coming. We're talking about how much time the planning commission has. And is the planning commission going to hear from the public in regards to the moratorium in the valley? FSEC is a separate discussion. I just want to make sure that we've all been aware of what citizen comment is on the moratorium, and we had it on the last moratorium. Comment changed a little bit in some areas and not in others. I don't know that the planning commission members are privy to that comment and are working out of that comment, or if we don't have any of that, then they're just working on their own opinion, which I don't know gets us where we need to go in serving the public. So I guess that's my worry about not having any kind of public input, and it would be up to that board chair because it's a separate board. Yep, but I guess I'd say it worries me to send it over there and then they're gonna come up with something and send it back here. And I mean, if you think it's gonna get done in that time frame.
I'm doing the best that I can.
Right.
I need some directions to know which way to go.
Again, would be a great time to have some legal guidance on this. I'll just wing it up here without legal counsel. Go ahead.
So I guess, I know we said FSEC is one thing, which I firmly agree, that is its own issue. I would also say that the moratorium, based on the RCW, is in essence its own issue. That is, legal determination that an emergency exists. The findings of fact should be focused on the emergency and saying that there is an emergency. I've said for I don't know how long now that the direction to move forward with ordinances, whether zoning ordinance change or a solar ordinance overlay, is yet another decision. To me, they're in essence three very separate things. You could do all three in tandem, you could do all three separate, or you could not have one and do another. So I guess with regards to what we're trying to do here is pass a moratorium, create a work plan. But what we're not doing is we are not giving proper direction to the direction necessary to our planning director, which I think is where you're coming up with the issue that go to them, ask them questions, they come back with thoughts, we give them changes to our idea, and then they move forward.
We can just do it ourselves.
Well, and so my issue am I still working off of this, that no changes have been made? And where it says here that the planning department is hereby directed to work with the planning commission to review and amend the zoning ordinance if warranted in regards to large-scale solar development. If we are saying that there is a moratorium and there is a moratorium and an emergency exists, that means that we are saying that there is an emergency exists and that there will be changes. I think that if warranted, what we are doing here is we are waffling. If we are telling the planning commission, this is where we would like staff to work and we would like your help to come up with the changes that we feel and we deem is necessary, we need to be very direct with that. I think otherwise you are giving the planning commission carte blanche to do whatever when this should be surgical. This shouldn't be looking at this empirically.
Well, I would agree that I don't know that if needed or whatever phrases you have there is warranted is needed, because I would imagine, if they come back with no, nothing's warranted, I don't know that that's the finish. But I also don't know how much guidance we can give them. That's a good legal question. Can I set the parameters of what they look at? Can I tell them exactly, I want you to look at this, 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 and this? I have no idea.
That board is appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to aid as a subunit of government. They don't have the decision-making authority. They have recommendation authority. We are the policy and legislative decision body. And with that, I would say if we want their help, because in essence, that's what we're doing, is we're asking them to take on a body of work that we're asking for their help. And I think the least we could do is give them clear direction on, and as well as staff, the clear direction that we expect.
So where did you get to?
What's that?
Direction for planning commission?
So,
What are we guiding them to look at?
because in this resolution, it says you're going to look at the zoning ordinance. It doesn't say you're going to work on a solar ordinance, which is, I think, what many of the public comments were asking for. So
I guess I will still go out and say my questions are, do the citizens of Goldendale and Centerville Valleys want large-scale industrial solar in the valley? If they do, how much? Is there a number? Is there a limited number of kilowatts? Is there a limited number of acres of open space land they want covered in solar panels? Batteries, yes, no, if so, how much? Is there an area that maybe we shouldn't have them within, half a mile of a township with 3,000 people? That's something that should be looked at and considered. Should the county or the planning commission use population density criteria to determine where industrial solar or lithium-ion batteries are sensitively sited? If so, what is that criteria?
And
I mean, it's
resource,
the same questions over and over and over again for the last 2 years that nobody knows the answers to, or is willing to come up with. I'll be happy to come up with the answers. But it's a public process and we have a process.
and there is a WSU study for sensitive solar siting going on right now.
Yeah, but it won't be done, and
Well,
none of
I'm
the
just saying we
state
could-
projects will be done until after we're full of solar panels.
But we can model ourselves and start looking, the planning commission could look at resource lands and the same for sensitive siting. They
Right.
could make that a question too.
But how much, I guess the question I have is legally, how much of the exact question can we pose to them to look at, or how much of this do they need to be on their own accord to look at? And again, I don't know the answer to that.
And what if we take this to them with some suggestions and they brainstorm and
That's kind of my
shoot back?
hope, is why I just kind of read mine out loud.
Mhm.
Maybe they'll watch this and have this information to know where to start. And I would imagine as they go through this process, at least me, I will be watching these on Zoom as they have them so that we can provide further guidance to the planning director as we go. So it is my intention that as she posts for these planning commission meetings, she also posts that the commissioners may be attending. That way, if one or more of us wants to just watch on Zoom, we don't have a problem. But I do think they need to hear from the public early on before they get set in their own personal beliefs, because ideally I want them acting on the public interest, not what's best for them or their ranch or their business, or they're there to serve the public. So I would certainly hope they would be interested in listening to the public. If they're not, maybe the wrong people are sitting on that board.
So I think we need to break this down in a couple different ways. Number one, I reviewed the findings of fact that Planning Director Lindblad wrote. I see some issues with it. One is we need to show that an emergency exists. When I read the findings of fact, it does not give me the sense that we're making definitive determinations that an emergency exists. When your whereas or your findings are, we need to review and update periodically our land use plans. That does not constitute an emergency.
In your opinion?
when you are starting the planning process, that does not constitute an emergency. And when I look at this, it's always what would be defensible in court. Maintaining the status quo definitely does not constitute an emergency. I would ask that, the findings that I gave you all, I wrote that so that it was pointed to show that there has been a change, and those changes primarily the battery storage that has never been considered, and that definitely needs further looking into on if there's thermal runaway, how far, what distance, what would that do to the community, what would that do with wind patterns. You can do that at a project-specific level, but I think with regards to our energy overlay zone, that definitely would constitute more of an emergency when you look at that. So the other problem that I have is that when the board ruled on this 2 years ago, it was found that emergency does not exist. So in order for us to have something defensible, we need to show that there's been a change in circumstances within those 2 years to show that an emergency is now in existence.
That change is sitting to my left.
Okay, I would say a change in the board does not constitute an emergency.
A change in the opinion of the board does constitute an emergency because I thought it was an emergency 2 years ago. So was I wrong 2 years ago and I'm wrong today, or was potentially the other votes wrong 2 years ago and are still wrong today?
That would be how a court of law would determine whether an emergency is how you feel an emergency is, or whether it is an emergency based on the legal precedents that are out there. So I think that would be the difference. Granted, we don't have the opinion request from the prosecutor on whether or not an emergency exists. So that makes it more difficult because it moves us into the realm of conjecture. So with that, the board will do what the board would do when it comes to that third piece, which is the thing that I care about the most, and that is what we do from here moving forward. Because I'm honestly, whether there's a moratorium or not, I don't see it creating any difference in the real world. Things that I would like to see the Planning Commission deal with, and that would be, I would hope that they work on passing an actual solar ordinance that doesn't have to be overburdensome, but I would like to see a requirement within extensive ag for agrivoltaics, so that all farmland is dual use. You don't just get to put solar panels on and then not continue to farm the land in extensive ag. And if you do so choose, then you should have to go through a change of zoning to industrial because there's no longer the ag.
And what zonings are you recommending that for?
I would say that would be in extensive ag or in rural residential, the 5-acre minimums, but that would be
What
up to
about
them.
cluster ag?
You could throw cluster ag, but cluster ag is pretty much an overlay. I would also want to see the screening requirements from roads, being from either the roads or the home or the visual, in terms of screening, whether it's bushes, trees, whatever it takes. I would love to see that wildlife corridors that will not cause entrapment, so they are large enough and wide enough to allow the free range of the priority habitat species that are in the area. And within the area that you are so talking, these certain townships and range, I would say that would need to be, if solar power or large-scale solar development is going to be allowed, it should be only allowed as a conditional use, not as a permitted outright use within that area. Which then begs the question of the discussion over the energy overlay zone over that area. With regards to battery storage, I would like to see setbacks from property lines, setbacks from homes, And I would really like to see some sort of a study or finding studies that have been done over what the drift is if there is a thermal runaway and what that looks like, some sort of emergency plan. And then I'd also like to see and hear their opinions on the size, scope, and scale within that total area of those lands as a percentage of the acreage or whatever they may see. Just saying that we are going to, according to this, update the zoning ordinance if warranted. I don't think that gets the board or the majority of the board what they are looking for with regards to this. I am just trying to set clear direction for them to look at. That is why I tried to do that the first day as well. Whether the majority of the board feels there's a moratorium and it's defensible in court, I'm off that and I'm on to the next one. I'm going to acquiesce to the board's feelings on this matter.
I agree the if warranted needs to be removed, but I don't want to go into specifics on why there's an emergency because I don't want to have to label out all of them. I will leave that for the attorney to label out all of them when it comes to that. I don't want to just label one or two and then them not be able to use a different reason that we didn't write down because we didn't write it down. And I don't know that for sure that can't happen because again, I don't have counsel on this. So I would rather leave it as generic as possible to make sure I'm not screwing up legally because of lack of counsel. I have the same list you have and more. Mine probably has 30 different questions I have on there. I wasn't going to try to ask the planning commission to answer my 30 questions. I figured in hearing from the public, they would create their own 30 questions. And then remedies to those 30 questions. But however we want to go through that, I'm fine. Mine were kind of general, have the discussion with the public, figure out what the citizens, the non-elected people want to do. And then make a recommendation. But if we want to say, look at this, the whole way down the list, we can create a list of 30 different things for them to look at.
I would say that the board has heard from the public and having that list and giving that list of what we would like you to try to address is giving direction so that they don't have to hold 5 public meetings to have listening sessions to come up with the same list that we have been listening to and hearing for since we first met Greg and Debbie. And I think that if you want to do it a different way, that's totally up to the board and the chair's prerogative. But I think that if we don't give clear direction, this will wallow. And if you've seen how long it takes to get through a CAO or an SMP or any other thing that we've done in the last 10 years, the more direction we give.
Is there a way to have your findings the way they are? And then the commissioners to present to you their list of like the things he addressed there. I'm sure we all have our own list that we can then present that list to you and you can somehow mash it together and present that to the planning commission as the answers we're looking for.
I can certainly incorporate those as my background, so I that present to the planning commission so they know what the topic that we are working on. But in regard to the moratorium, would that be all right if I just leave it generic to say that the planning department is going to work with the planning commission to amend the zoning ordinance? Because the solar ordinance can be a part of the zoning ordinance, just like the energy overlay zone. It is a part of the zoning ordinance. It's a section of the zoning ordinance. So we know now that we are working on solar regulation.
Yeah, that's how I would do it, and just hope to gosh we're right in doing it that way. And then I would,
Have you had discussions with the prosecuting attorney on?
no, I wrote him an email. Oh, I tried to call him the day after our last meeting, and he has not responded. I wrote 2 emails. He was gonna get back to me this week. Still haven't heard anything since. I don't know. I'm gonna talk to him in a month or 2.
Well, I did have a conversation with the PA this morning, and I think many of my concerns with regards to the moratorium as it's passed and as we're looking forward is, in my opinion, not defensible. And that creates our legal liability, which we always assume legal liability whenever we make any decision. And so it's hard for me to support something that isn't legally defensible. And whether, the ones I brought forward to you are legally defensible the other day, I don't know that either. I didn't take those in front of the PA, since you said that you wouldn't take either of them and any of those into consideration. So this is a tough one. I guess if we're looking at it from on the ground, what's going to and not going to happen, the only thing that truly matters is the sooner we can give direction to the Planning Commission, clear direction, the better off we will be.
I would agree with that. So yeah, hopefully, I'm hopeful you have enough for what you need, and we will come up with our little lists of questions for the Planning Commission.
I guess I didn't ask, did you send your document to the PA for legal review?
No, because the prosecutor mentioned that he's not gonna review the resolution.
That brings up a whole other question when we're done, but yeah, if you have enough to move forward, and we'll have all 3 commissioners give you their list of questions they want the Planning Commission to take up. I don't care how they work through that. Their board chairman can decide. Hopefully that list can be published to the public, and the public has a chance to have input on those questions somewhere in that process before it gets back to us. And then we go from there. And muddle our way through this.
Okay, so I can finalize the resolution in regard to the moratorium and bring it back for signatures, or?
I would, but I would recommend removing the word "if warranted."
Okay, I will revise this and reflect what's changed.
Okay.
Are you wanting to take a vote on it so that you can move on, or what would you like to do today? Or you want to wait another week?
Take a vote on the approval of that document with the one change of the word "if warranted." Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking what you would like to do, Chair.
I would like to have legal counsel, but apparently can't have any.
In which document? The resolution?
The working draft that I presented.
Okay.
I mean, I would mention, it feels to me that we are throwing the prosecuting attorney under the bus in this discussion. I think it also needs to be noted that when this moratorium was passed originally, that I asked the question, had this been brought in front of legal counsel? And have we had this conversation with legal counsel? And the answer was no. And I think it it grieves me to think that we're trying to say we don't have access to legal counsel when this whole conversation was started and moratorium was started without asking for legal advice in the first place. And that should at least be noted for the record.
Mochi, working document, is this
Yes.
what we're talking about? Okay. My advice is wait a week. I think directives to planning commission aren't as essential as getting a plan of how we're going to deal with FSEC, and I would like to move on to that conversation. And I do have some amendments to share with Mochi to this resolution for her consideration.
To this resolution?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple of language things that I'd like.
Do we need to,
I would like to hear them.
It's me, I'd kind of like to hear them too, because we need to kind of move forward with this. If we're just going to send her back and then she comes back in another week and then she takes that back and doesn't bring it back for another week.
Okay.
Now we're 4 months down the road and we still haven't even got the document signed yet. So we threw on language to remove if warranted. But what other changes do you have?
Whereas number 8, because we are establishing the fact that there is, the resolution is necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. I believe that language, not and there an emergency exists, but at least the language added to number 8 that says periodic review and update of the county's plans, policies, and regulations are important to protect the county and its constituents. And necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare should be interjected there. Their customs, cultures, and in protecting natural resources and resource lands. So when you come down to the last, whereas you've set up your situation to say why you think it is. That isn't just interjected at the very last saying there's an emergency.
Makes sense to me.
Is this on number 7 or number 8?
Number 8.
So what would it say now? Full thing?
Regulations are important to protect the county and its constituents and proper to protect the health, the public health, safety, and welfare. Their customs and cultures, and in protecting the natural resources and resource lands of Klickitat County.
So you're deleting the first bit then?
No, I'm just interjecting that half sentence into the middle. At the comma, at the first comma.
Do you have it written out? Like we can make copies of it real quick? Your changes?
Let me see. I do not have it here with me. Let me send it to you.
Oh, we could have Elisa run over and make a copy real quick.
Just give me a second,
Oh,
please.
email's fine too.
Yeah, I'm going to email it. And I'll have it printed that way.
Good thing we have all day.
Yeah, if somebody can print me a copy of the draft, that would be lovely too, because I left my pile of paperwork across the room.
Sure.
Lisa, I'll send it to you if you can have it printed. It just came through.
Do you have your list of 30 things?
Not with me now. Because my problem is I remember having essentially the same list 2 years ago. And I believe at that time, could be wrong, was told that's not how the process works. So I'm a little afraid to do it that way now because it's kind of contradicting what I remember being told 2 years ago. So again, but it's not that I couldn't come up with that list and because it's at home, I would just have to go and print it.
You don't have it in your email. Thank you.
Could have done that.
Oh, is it just that one?
Yes, I was considering another one, but I think it was redundant. I think we're okay.
Okay. Do you feel that it makes it redundant with the last whereas on the first page?
I think it sets it up for it. I think it's a talking point that the last whereas makes a statement.
Yeah, part of me is it's redundant, but part of me is like it emphasizes. So I'm fine with the change.
And proper to protect. And proper to protect. Okay, so all you're adding is and proper to protect the public health.
Is everybody okay with that addition? If you're not okay with the addition, speak now.
No, fine, I still don't think that we're being specific enough in determining the emergency, but
I would hope that if that's the case, council will advise us differently.
Oh, once you pass it, it is.
So where do we go from here? Are you redrafting this and presenting it for signature next week? Are you redrafting this and submitting it to the prosecutor, or what is your recommendation?
I will redraft the resolution and I do what I can to put it back on next week's agenda. And I will try to have a conversation with the prosecutors.
I would appreciate, the legal analysis of the defensibility in court of the moratorium. I know that's asking a lot from a prosecutor who's definitely swamped, but
We asked that before, did we not?
we've not sent anything over in writing, asking for.
I thought we originally sent the original question on whether the moratorium was legal because I thought it was, she thought it was, he thought it wasn't. And we got an answer back from the prosecutor was that I'm not answering that because you already know the answer. You already know the answer. Well, we still don't.
Was that in writing?
That was on the phone.
Like, so I mean, you already know the answer. Is that making the assumption that it is
I don't know. You
not?
have one opinion and I have another.
That's,
My opinion that it was not, it was wrong.
that the moratorium was not legally defensible.
That was my interpretation.
Mine was the opposite, so.
That's why I'm saying it would be nice to send.
I agree. I
the
think
updated over.
we should update this and I think we should submit it. If he wants to review it, he can. If he doesn't want to, he can't. It's up to him.
Okay.
That's how I would put this document and all documents going forward. I would submit them just because we should be.
And not for a review as to form, for an actual legal review.
And then we will each make a list of things we want the planning commission to look at. Fence height, setbacks, all that kind of stuff, and submit that to the planning director as well.
Are we doing that as the board or each of us to the planning director so that she can get started on bringing a workshop together for?
I would recommend it's all individually and, you know, if we each mention the same thing, it's obviously mentioned 3 times. If it's a good way to gauge importance, I would think. If all 3 of us mention the same thing, it might be a priority. If only one person mentioned one thing, it's probably less of a priority. But I'm just being, so I don't care how you want to do it. I'm game either way.
I mean, I would say the same thing that I said a while ago. We could have directed the planning director to begin working on ordinance and changes without this being put in place. And the sooner we get started rather than later, if we're waiting another week to sign this, I don't think we need to wait a week in order to have the planning director start the planning process.
I would agree. And that was my plan by us not waiting to get back our list, because I don't have mine until next week, that I can just send her my list tomorrow. And you can all send your list tomorrow, and that gives her to start immediately.
Okay. Would you like a motion, Chair?
If you feel we need one.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would move to continue this deliberation and discussion on the moratorium, continuing to have it closed to further oral and written comment to the next regularly scheduled meeting for the Board of Klickitat County Commissioners.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue. Any discussion? All those in favor of continuing the
Hold on, we have.
Oh, sorry.
Could I suggest saying the date to be announced or to be determined? That way, if the planning director isn't quite there, you don't have to open up the public hearing and then continue it again.
Yes, especially if we're asking for the review from the prosecuting attorneys. We are still within the moratorium, so just so the public knows, we are still within our moratorium, within our 90 days. Nothing's changing. It's still going to be same thing. So there will be no.
We just hope to be able to continue addressing this next week, but it might be another week after that, is what you're saying. Okay, I'm good with that if you're amending that motion to be so eloquently worded.
I will accept the friendly amendment. Thank you, Lee.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, motion passes.
Hold on.
Hey, don't disappear, motion. You don't get a run yet.
Oh, I still sit here?
Uh-huh.
Feel free.
Could I update first with information that I have, and then I might excuse myself?
Okay.
I might wait through this vote. We'll see where I get. So working with FSEC and also with the other 2 counties, Benton and Yakima, our neighbors, I've learned a lot about their processes. And of course, they're ahead of us a little bit. And for picking the person to represent the county because of the ex parte Benton County actually chose to have a citizen at large and then also a county representative. So they have 2 seats on the board, and they've been allowed to do it. And the citizen at large works with their citizens' concerns. They had one of them on one project had a legal background, one on another project had electrical farming background. And so they go in and sit on the board, and during the public meeting, they're able to speak for the public, say of Klickitat County. Then when the county speaks, they're actually speaking about the land use determination issues, more technical.
As it should be.
Mhm. So that's something we could consider, is possibly having 2 people on the board.
Are they both voting members?
Yes, they are. No, the public at large is not, but they get to sit in at each meeting and inform the FSEC board of things that they've learned about. And represent the public.
But so the representing the public though is, they are not a voting member, so they are not required to withstand the adjudicative proceedings in terms of ex parte communication.
I have to leave, I'm sorry.
That's the question for me, is I always thought they had a citizen advisor type of thing too, but it's not county, because it's the same thing. The county's gonna be there, it's gonna be fighting for its zoning stuff, its rules, its stuff, its citizens, but not necessarily the county's argument may not be exactly Greg's argument. So if you have a citizen representative, you have someone that's making the arguments for the standard citizen out there that might be the same, might be mildly different than the county's argument. So I mean, if they would allow such a thing, I think that is brilliant, because, you know, the county is going to be arguing what the county thinks are the issues and the facts and the concerns and their best case. The citizens have a completely different opinion of what the best case is in front of a quasi-judicial board. I personally don't believe FSEC cares about an endangered red fox. They're just going to say, put the fence a foot off the ground and the fox can run underneath it. That's a mitigation from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. If I was representing the county, I wouldn't spend 4 hours arguing that point. If the citizens want to spend 4 hours arguing that point, that's fine. So I think there's a different argument from the county and zoning and what is and what isn't allowed, and there's a different argument from the people. If FSEC would allow one from the people, I would be more than in favor of that process.
But how do you pick one person to represent the people, all sides of an issue?
That's the hard part.
I don't know the right person that could be unbiased and represent the citizenry.
Well, the person representing would never be unbiased.
Because there's the public comment where all the citizens can forward their idea. I mean, I think of it more, the most important thing I think of is the who gets to sit and rule, and as a board member to FSEC. And were you able to come up with names that we can discuss in this meeting?
I'm still torn, because I'm still questioning, and I even had a discussion with the planning director today on what her opinion was of whether she should sit there with a quasi-judicial kind of thing, and she doesn't believe that would allow her to do her regular job. So I still have the question that if a commissioner sits there, would that deter her from being actively involved in, let's say, the moratorium? Because of a quasi-judicial nature. Again, that's a legal question that I don't have the answer to. So off the top of my head, I think the best person so far would be Lori. And we're getting to the point where we're going to have to make an executive decision or actual legal counsel And we're getting to the point now where we're gonna have to make an executive decision to just do one or the other and move forward. And unfortunately, she's got some health issues today, so I don't know that we're coming to that answer. Bypassing who we're appointing until at least she's back in the room. Are you going to, and I guess the board can use this time to direct you if it so chose, to look over the FSEC documents that were submitted by Carringer and compile data to, I guess you can say, argue the merits of their case on whether those things are permitted outright. And, you know, we all read little tidbits in there that make absolutely no sense. And they took a little portion over here and says, oh, see, it's permitted. No. You know what I'm talking about. That it does. Now, I don't want to turn it in before it's time to turn it in. I'm not giving FSEC a free 2 weeks to know our cards, but I do think we need to have that documentation ready so that when they do have the hearing, eventually when they have the hearing and they're calling for those documents, we have the documents ready to give them.
Sir, I don't, in all respect, I don't see how we're saying we're giving them our cards or anything like this. We are both public servants, and the staff at FSEC are public servants and employees, and I don't think that that's the relationship we should ever take with a public agency. While we may disagree with the board of FSEC and their determinations or decisions, I don't think that's the right way to characterize the relationship between the county, as well as much as the discussion we had last week about, you know, when they came down here, they were just trying to do their job. For what it's worth, I think the planning director has many spinning plates, and having her serve in a role that will be making a determination where ex parte is very important. Also having that person be our planning director while we're working on zoning ordinances and changes to our zoning plan makes absolutely no sense. And I would never wish to put her in a position like that where anyone who feels that she ruled in a way that they don't agree with is now going to be coming after her with pitchforks. I would never want you in a position like that, Mochi. So
Thank you.
I can't get.
The question is, should we have her start creating the documents to counter any of Carringer's claims in their FSEC application, that their entire, you know, their application was everything's hunky-dory and consistent with our local land use? I would hope that at least some of the findings from the county would be that their application is inconsistent with this, that, or the other. And so, yes, our documentation needs to be drawn up. That's the question. Not the question of when are we turning it over to FSEC, because as far as I know, they haven't asked for it yet. I sure haven't got an email saying they're asking for any of that stuff yet. They just want to know who we're going to appoint, and we have until April, whatever, 13th or 14th to appoint someone. I'm just looking for allowing her to get started on drafting something, so when it becomes time, we actually have it.
I guess when a project comes in and somebody has provided all the information that was provided to FSEC, if they had applied through our process, you would review that document for consistency with our local land use plans, correct? And how much do you feel you could review the document that was submitted to FSEC in that current same way to review for consistency to our local land use plans. They can say one thing. Your job as director is to look at consistency with our plans and give the review, and that is then something that the Board of County Commissioners could then review and agree with or disagree with, so that we can make the county's policy directions. Because if it came through us, you'd be doing it anyways.
I can certainly spend some time looking at it. I don't know what my comments are until I look through it. I haven't really looked at it in detail, so I'm willing to do that. I don't know what my comment will be, but I will start working on that.
That would be great. And Chairman, have you looked through it to see if, you would have comments on it or things that the county may like to comment on as well? Have you read all the documents, the hundreds of pages?
Yeah. Well, there's many things that I would comment on, but I'm going to refrain and let the county go through the paces like it normally would.
So I'm going to recuse myself, not interrupt any longer. I would like to see us continue this discussion. I have a lot more information on the appointee. And it's important to me, and I have some ideas and some people, and I think I have some valuable information.
Do you have anyone that you'd like to put forward for the position?
Actually, Board of Adjustments person, Matt Childs.
And have you talked to him and got his agreement?
Yes. And he has land use planning background. He's a large landowner. He's familiar with solar. He is not anti-solar. He's middle of the road and wants good planning. And he was excited when I talked to him.
Would you like a motion to that effect?
Are we ready for that?
I will. If you're here, I'd like to get it done while we can.
I would personally, just like with the EMS board, I don't like to rubber stamp things. I would like to think about that one and discuss it next week.
Okay, that's fine too.
Yeah, so we will have to continue FSAC discussions for next week's agenda too, since Lori's out. I don't want to get too far along on that process and have her out of the loop. Did you submit in writing a request for outside counsel last week? Or was it a request of the prosecutor to hire outside counsel for our FSAC stuff and our moratorium stuff? Or did they come back and say no before we ever asked in writing?
I apologize. I was directed to do that. I need to go double check. I do not recall doing that.
So he just responded, no outside counsel, without us ever asking.
That was the moratorium. It's not asset.
Well, we were going to be using outside counsel for both issues.
Did it come up during the FSAC discussion? So what you would like to do is put in a request to retain outside counsel to give direction to the Board of County Commissioners with their responses to the county's response to anything with regards to Carringer Solar. That's what you're asking for?
I believe the statements from last week are that it would be nice to have counsel working with us through the FSEC process to make sure that we've done everything correctly, or where the lawsuits pile on afterwards from one side or the other. So to me, it was legal counsel for the moratorium and legal counsel for the FSEC process. So if that needs to be better clarified and put it in writing,
I think it would behoove at least the board and the county to have, those are two separate topics. We've made sure they're separate topics. They should be separate questions, separate asks.
I don't disagree. I just don't know if any of it's ever been formally asked before it was informally planned.
I think it's pretty obvious that it hasn't been formally asked.
Well, that's all I'm asking for, whether this board wants to do it today with one member short, or whether we want to wait till next week with one member. I want to make sure it's on the record that there was a formal ask
For the staff?
for both.
Okay.
I mean,
will give-
separately can be fine. I'm asked for each one separately. Maybe one is approved and the other isn't. I don't know.
I did the moratorium as asked. I do not recall that I was directed to do that
Okay,
last week.
so you did a written one for the moratorium?
I believe so, yeah, quite some time ago.
for outside
That
counsel?
was an opinion request, right?
Yeah.
We
Was I
did
supposed to do that?
ask for
Hire outside legal counsel.
to represent Klickitat County.
Oh, that was a verbal no.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't know that it was a verbal ask where he was just listening in and then sent you a verbal no before we ever had an
No, I called,
official
and it was a
ask.
verbal no. I will do a written.
But that was on the moratorium, that was not on FSEC,
I don't know, that's the point.
right?
Was that on the moratorium, on FSEC or on both?
That was for hiring outside legal counsel.
For? Moratorium or FSEC?
Planning, land planning, I believe.
I thought it was both together as well, but maybe we should ask two questions. One for moratorium, one for FSEC.
Send it to you.
And
get your approval.
I'm just fine with that, with the one and for the one and one for the other, and see, that way it's crystal clear. And maybe if he thinks one's not good, the other one's still good. I don't know. I don't know that one's not good. I wish I could find out.
Thank you very much.
Without the next step of that, would need to be with all of us here, I'm assuming. So I will pause on that action.
Or for the record, I think somebody from the Board of Adjustment is the right choice to put as that adjudicative body on FSEC, because if somebody were to go through our local planning process, it would be hopefully the Board of Adjustment that makes the final determination for a conditional use permit. So I really appreciate Commissioner Zoller looking that direction.
I am not opposed to the idea. I think it's, part of me is very thankful that she's not going to do it. Because I'm not exactly sure that wouldn't throw wrenches into our discussion. So a big part of me is happy that somebody outside is going to do it. And yeah, I mean, I know the man, obviously, my neighbor. He's not anti-solar, he's not pro-solar, he's in the middle, and that's about all I know. But I would say that's kind of most of the Board of Adjustment, so it makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Well, if that's the case, are you changing your mind and you feel good about it, or is there someone else that you're going to come up with between now and next week?
I'd like to wait till next week.
Is your mic on? People can't.
Dan?
Sorry, I'd like to wait till next week.
Okay. That's still within the time frame to appoint someone.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, it probably doesn't give them much time for any training between that time and the 13th, if they're going to hold a meeting on the 13th. Because I think they're supposed to go through that training. So that was my only concern and issue.
When was the training scheduled for? That's what I thought. It was like right at the same time of that meeting, and the last I heard, I thought FSIC was postponing that meeting anyway, so. Because that was my other concern, because I thought it was the 11th, which is on a Tuesday, and yeah, so if we did it next week, the meeting would be, the training would be the week after, so technically there's time.
Okay. So long as everything can fit and people are available.
Anything else for Ms. Moshi?
Not for me. Thank you so much. I hope everything is not as clear as mud, but a little clearer than that.
Yeah, that's the only hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on our to-do list for today with running a person short?
Do you have any updates or anything for board
Nothing
pending?
that's pertinent with a member short.
I am totally fine with that. What is this?
That's the draft ordinance for the changes for the county code for the court, how district court fees are changing for the cities.
You know, we totally messed up, and I need to apologize to Casey. We put human resources before our public hearing, and she's been sitting in here this whole time. Would we like to
Well,
deal
yeah,
with Casey while
let's
she's
move
here?
right on to that. Sorry, Miss Casey. Yeah, I forgot you added that in, and I was thinking it was in board pending, so it was actually new business, and I called the wrong thing to order. Do you want to do a staffer to you, or do you want us to just start? We can just go without you if you want. Let us go without you. How about that? Do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, oh, sorry. I guess I'll just, I guess the purpose of this is to hopefully acknowledge some of our employees who have done additional work without receiving additional pay. And we have some employees that we did have set up and gave additional duties to that did get additional pay. And we have some that, well, I can speak for me. I just didn't even think about. Not that they were forgotten, but they were just, with all that's in my head, they were forgotten. So I guess this discussion is to see if there's consensus among the board to go back and look at how we can justly compensate. The two that I'm thinking of is Rob Van Cleve with HR and Aaron Quinn with Public Health for the extra duties they have taken on over the last year or so, which I'm sure they will be happy to get rid of. And then how we would go about doing such a thing. To me, if it's a permanent duty that they're going to take on, say overseeing the finance manager, then that might be something that the, what do you want to call it, the salary board or whoever looks at
The job
job
classification
classification committee would need to look at. But if it's something that's supposedly a temporary thing, like taking over IT or taking over solid waste or taking over For Aaron's case, public health or anything like that, I don't know that I want to make it a permanent salary bump. But I do think it should still be a stipend of some way, and whether that gets handled by us or gets handled by the job reclassification committee to look and see what others have been paid and bring back a recommendation, I'm open to it. I'm just, this was brought to my attention last week and I feel horrible, so I would like to fix it.
And by fixing it, you're looking at paying for the time that they've assumed the duties. You're looking at
Backdating
paying
it to when they, yes, ideally, that's me.
I have always said I firmly believe in paying our people for the jobs that they are doing. There's nothing that I cannot say and give enough accolades to at the minimum those two members who are providing duties above and beyond what they are asked to do on a regular basis. And I'm 100% in agreement. I know that stipends are one way to do that, especially if they are not, will not be the new job description. And that is a policy that the county has had for quite a long time. And I think that we need to definitely compensate our employees for the jobs that they have done. So I know our third person is not here, but I would hope that we can direct staff to, and especially in this case, Casey, to bring forward a plan of attack on addressing this issue that we have missed for at least the past year for one employee.
Do you have ideas on plan of attack?
I do, actually. So as far as some history regarding the stipends, a stipend, as far as I am aware, was never given to a person that had a change within the department. It was always to someone who was a director for one department or a position within the department, and then they took on additional duties. So previously, there were directors that took on duties as an interim director for another department while that job was posted for the director position. And so all of them were temporary as far as the stipends were concerned for a majority of them. Yeah, sorry, a majority of them. Yes. I will also say too that there were some stipends that were given to some directors, and then there was a restructure of the department combining maybe those additional positions from the other department. And so then the classification and the salary changed at that time. And so then the stipend would go away, but then the salary was assessed, reassessed, and then came up with a different grade if needed. But a lot of the stipends, yeah, were people that were put into that interim position. So they were temporary. They were all done by resolution. As far as the wages that were concerned and the amounts that were calculated, there were a couple of them that did the interim director positions for another department, and it ranged anywhere from 20 to 23% of the salary of that director within that department that they were serving as the interim director. So if you look at the solid waste department and the behavioral health department, those director positions are at a grade 73. And the current people that are serving as those interim directors are at step 9. And so if you were to calculate, it would be anywhere from $850 to $950 or $1,000 per pay period. And that would be consistent with how stipends were calculated in the past. Percentage wise.
What if it occurs that one person was the interim director for 2 departments? Are you requesting roughly 1,000 per department or just a one number? Okay.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
And so the current HR director has taken over the duties of the solid waste department on a temporary basis for 9 months. Behavioral health, Aaron Quinn has taken over those duties. And officially, the department was created back in September. So that would be 8 months, but as far as the work before that, yeah, and so you're looking at 9 months for both of them to give them the compensation I think that is deserved.
Oh.
I will tell you also that in both cases, as far as behavioral health and solid waste is concerned, it is in their budget. So that would not be, it would be an impact, obviously, but those were already budgeted within the year. And it would be an easy, like the stipend could be tied to codes within the department, so it wouldn't get messy as far as where the wages would come from.
It's gonna get messy on their taxes over the course of 2 years.
I don't know why. I would love to have it be messy on mine.
You have several people that within the last couple of years have received that.
With that same, predominantly same percentage?
No, because it was an employee within that department that wasn't at that level. So they took over those duties as the director, interim director, until that position was filled. And so, I think it would be a different calculation because.
And so, let me get this straight though, the two they were taking over departments that were not in the same grade level though, correct?
Correct.
So they were grade levels below.
Correct.
And so you're gonna base it on a step 73 grade 9 or step 73 grade 1?
Step 73 grade 9. The employees that were given the stipends that served as the interim directors that were within their department, because the pay grade was above their pay grade, they were paid at a percentage of the director grade at the step 1 level because it was above what they were currently making. But if you look at years of service and stuff, it's.
So they were done at a step 1 and you're recommending the directors are done at a step 9. My next question is you're recommending the directors are done at a step 9 at whatever, 23%. What were the employees when they were to step 1? What percentage did they receive?
What percentage did they go up?
Right. I mean, did they get a 12 at a step 1 and we're gonna double that at a step 9? I think we're setting a precedent and that might not go over well.
So I don't think you're setting the precedent. I think this would be past practice as far as directors are concerned, because
Directors have always been at a different,
there were two that, yes, were a percentage of.
right, but were they that 23%? I understand they're a percentage.
There was one that was 20 and there was one that was 23.
Okay,
So I don't,
but there wasn't one that was a 10.
no.
We have two, one was 20, one was 23, so there's our ballpark.
20% of a director's. So I guess
And the argument is that there is a huge savings for the county while they are serving as that interim director, because you're not paying the full salary, obviously.
But I guess the question comes down to it, should it be at a class, at a step 9, or should it be a step? Taking on a director position, taking on additional duties, as an additional director of a department you may not have any idea about. You know what I'm saying?
I am.
Because if
see
the
it
person
both
within
ways.
might have actually more experience
That's,
and they go up to a step 1 where the director keeps their step, their point.
well, and I would also, it's hard for me to compare apples to apples when I know how much work Aaron had to put into the mental health side. And yeah, I know how much work Rob's put into the solid waste, but doesn't even compare to what stress and work Aaron had to do. So it's like, how do you go here? You both have the same amount, and it's just, to me, it's just not the same. So it's like, does one person get their feelings hurt because you gave the other one the same? You know, so it's like, those are all the things that are floating through my head right now.
Here, the budget's floating through my head.
Well, obviously, both positions are currently unfilled,
Right.
and so.
I would ask that it be staff's recommendation and staff bring forward a resolution with the staff's recommendation. And if it's 20%, I'm okay. As long as it follows past practices and we're doing what we've done in the past, I would like to right a wrong every chance I see it. And I don't want to micromanage. Tired of it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would also comment that if you didn't think that the person was capable of taking over the duties within the department or having no knowledge, I don't think you would appoint them as that interim director as well.
Oh, I don't know about that. Sometimes you take anything you can get,
I was
but
gonna
I can
say,
tell,
sometimes you might be handed something you don't know anything about.
but your skills will allow you to do a good job. And I can't say enough for the work that both of these directors have been doing. And I can't believe it lasted 9 months before this
I know.
crossed our desk.
Shame on me for not bringing this up
Shame on
sooner.
all of us for not thinking about it. Well, or you, if you've known about it for 9 months and haven't said anything to us dummies up here.
Hey, we have enough things to think about.
That's me. It's just, I don't get more than 3 minutes to think about anything because you're always on the next thing. So it's
Is that
easy
enough
to slip
direction?
my mind, and hopefully these don't slip my mind often, or our employees are good enough to remind me. So yes, and thank you for making sure we are aware. Okay, you have consensus, I think, or do you need something?
The director of behavioral health is really going to be a 73,
That's what it is currently set at and posted as, yes.
and we don't have any applications.
No.
Okay.
So am I moving forward with submitting resolutions for signature for stipends for both the current public health director and current HR and admin services?
Are there any
director?
others laying around out there we need to worry about?
No, everyone else has been taken care of as far as
Okay.
I am aware of, so. Okay. And then we will also be able to go back to the day that the duties were assigned to them as well, correct? July for both of them?
That's so painful for me, but it's the right thing to do.
It is.
And the next time we go giving people, can you make sure to remind us of this
Yeah.
conversation?
Yeah, remind us of this
Well.
conversation.
I will, yes. Yes, so be careful when you say that.
Hope they take me to Fiji with them when they cash the check.
They have earned it. For sure. If not more. So I would like to thank both of them too for doing those duties.
Watch, they both go on vacation next month.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will have those resolutions to Lee on Thursday, then for signature on Tuesday.
And we'll look forward to the supplemental.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. There shouldn't be one needed for both departments. They have those within their, they have
Okay.
those funds within their
I
departments
thought
because
solid waste
we
took
moved
out
it-
of payroll and put it down in.
professional services.
Professional
So it's
services.
still
So you're gonna be
within the
able to get
budget.
It's within the department. It's just not.
Yes, so I confirmed on both departments that
Just
it
be
was,
able to- Yep,
yes.
okay.
So it will not cause a supplemental.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
help out.
And we just have to make sure we can get reimbursed on the behavioral health side or something from last year. Otherwise that will. that might be a little touchy, but it's the right.
I have one seat made here. Is there any interest in having staff? They smile. Draft a letter, a thank you acknowledgement letter to the planning commission members. Reaching out with our heartfelt thanks for all the hard work they're going to have to do in the next 6 to 8 months, year, whatever. And thanking them before the fact for all the hard work they're gonna have to put out.
I think it would be wiser to say thank you for the SMP, CAO, and everything else.
Name all those things?
For the work, I mean, they're having a lot of meetings right now,
That's what I'm saying.
and they haven't even started on the next one.
That's kind of my point. I think some kind of acknowledgement to those volunteers for the increased amount of time. Instead of meeting once every quarter or once a month, it's now going to be twice a month, potentially more. So it would be nice to send thank you letters to them acknowledging that extra workload since they're not getting a stipend.
I always agree with that.
Buy him a Frosty from, whatever, Frosty, a Blizzard from Dairy Queen, once in a while.
Okay. Lee, with regards to this, if we can move on, Commissioner.
Yep.
It says in here, under the final be it resolved, and it says multiplied by the current year's net expenses. Should it be the current year, or should it be we're going to assign the costs based on our
To me, the
adopted
wording is
budget?
confusing as hell, and I don't even understand it. I was hoping it would get a little simplified.
Okay, because current, you could look at current as in the current year when you are building it for next year, you look at the current, because you have, when you budget it, right? And you have your estimated costs, and then you have your estimated revenues. Your revenues might be completely off. And so when you say the current year, are you looking a year back at what was actually used, or are you looking at?
Figures
Okay.
as of like right now.
Or the adopted
out
budget.
23
Yep.
budget.
And we'll be sending them a bill for that current year. As long as you understand and the next person that reads it understands.
If I don't have the right understanding, please.
No.
Tell me.
And then I guess my other question is Commissioner Christopher, you'd made I believe a comment about including the probation services in this, or do you want a separate one for probation services? I know we make a lot of comments, it's hard to remember.
No, I remember. I think we keep stacking more and more new bills at the feet of a community that's poor and impoverished. And I think we have to eventually say enough. That's enough change for now. That's enough pain for now. That's why I kind of wanted to know what they got paid or what they paid before versus what they're paying now. How much you think you're going to stack on for probation services. Now you're talking with the jails about raising and stacking on more for jail services. Next thing I know, they'll have a $300,000 bill as opposed to a $40,000 bill. And again, we have to understand these people already paid this tax once. Every one of these residents in Goldendale already paid county taxes. So we're asking them to pay city taxes so that the city can pay us again for the same thing they already paid for at the county level. True?
Not necessarily.
So if me on my property taxes, I'm already paying for probation services, district courts, and jails, and everything else, and judges and whatnot, and now I'm at the city level and I gotta pay county tax, but now I gotta pay city tax too, and part of that city tax is gonna be used to pay for the same things that I already paid taxes for. it gets to the point where you have to say enough is enough, taxing some people for the same service twice. On a poor and impoverished community, that's already poor and impoverished and
So,
can't fix a road,
I would-
so.
In response, I would say, if you go and commit a crime on a county road, you go to, say it's here, in East District, you're paying taxes, right, to the county, and those taxes go to pay for you committing that crime on the road. According to the RCW, each city is required to provide their own municipal court services and everything by RCW. And because that is within the city limits. And so whether we're doing it or the city has their own, which we're saving them a absolute bundle of money by providing the service, that is their duty, that is their expenses that is expected to be paid. If the same thing, the city, if we did not provide the judicial court services, they would have to provide either the litter cleanup or the probation services, because that is part of the judicial services that they are required by RCW to pay. So I would say it is completely, well, I see what you're saying. It is not the case legally. Kind of like the road department, the city is in charge of their own roads. Yes, you pay, as a city resident, you pay for the county into taxes for the road fund, right? But that is to upkeep the county's roads. And you drive across the county roads to get anywhere. So that is your portion, just like it is anyone else's.
So last time we discussed, there was a number that was the old number, and then there's a number that is the new number. What is the difference? How much did it go up for each city?
Lee, you have it?
I was gonna say, I think she already gave me at least part of it before.
Just so you know, Commissioner Christopher, they actually are getting a better deal than what we did originally discussed, because I took this as a net versus a cost-based method.
Golden Dale right there. It's based on the last 3 years. And this is what that's what they were billed last year.
It's going from 13 to 24. Does that make right sense to you?
So it would have been 75,000, except for when I did it with the new way and netted it versus.
See, I thought I remember it being 68,000 or
Which is what it would have been if you just looked at the cost. Okay?
So you've changed it.
I made it net.
In the wording.
I made it net, so they're getting a huge discount. So they budgeted 75,000, but they're only gonna get charged 23. So if you would like.
Engine was 14 and then they were 6. They were 7 or 16. Okay.
And
What
so.
is your thought that if we,
Sorry.
your thought to add probation to this, to me, I don't really want all these little separate individual contracts that should just be in this document.
If you want to add probation, you can add probation to it. We can hold the public hearing and we can show that they're still getting a screaming deal. If they wanted to provide their own services.
No, I don't mind probation. I don't mind them paying for a share of the probation services. I just don't think it needs to be a separate contract.
So if you
I
want.
think it should be in this contract and the dollar amount amended to cover the percentage of those services, just like we're doing for all the other 12 items in here. Why would we have that one as a separate?
Because we've never done it before. And so.
We've never done half of these.
No, we've done
We've
all.
only ever done judge's salary.
Right, but you're looking at the actual department. Right? Probation's its own department. East District Court is its own department. West District Court.
The jail.
Are they mandated by state law to pay for their share of probation like they are for district court?
I believe
Or is
so.
it up to interpretation on whether probation is actually part of district court?
Now you could ask the prosecuting attorney, but Yes, because we need an interlocal, because we're providing services and assuming all the risk for
We need
their
that
problems.
minimum, yeah.
And so when you look at it that way, absolutely.
So your recommendation is, I'm trying to get this right, don't let me put words in your mouth. Your recommendation is that we've already negotiated this, everybody's happy with it, don't change it, just do it. And then if we want to deal with probation, we need to do that as a separate document. To not reopen the can of worms that this was. Is that
You know,
the argument we're?
we could do that, or we could throw probation in here and it's a bigger bill, and if they can come up with the money, they can come up with the money. I think the difference is that they had budgeted this year for Bingen, I think 18,000, White Salmon 20,000, and the city of Goldendale 75,000. If you add probation into Goldendale's, it'll come out to about 75,000 total.
How's it gonna get that high? You said it was like 24.
No, if you add probation in, because Goldendale's probation, because they have, if you look at their numbers, they have higher jail, right? They pay more to the
Right,
jail,
but if all these numbers only come to 24,
and you add the
just adding
probation,
probation adds 50 grand?
pretty close.
Insane.
No, it's the actual cost of providing the services that the county's been subsidizing. It's not insane. Look at the difference between the city of White Salmon and the city of Bingen and for the jail services. Look at those numbers.
I guess that's the hard part for me, is without actually seeing the number breakdown.
Numbers are the numbers.
I guess the hard part for me is if they budgeted 78 to get this all-inclusive thing, that's fine to give them this all-inclusive thing for
No, they didn't do it
74
for
or
all-inclusive.
whatever.
City of Goldendale, because East District Court, their revenues are so much higher than West District Court, because I think a lot of it comes off of 97 and people just pay the bills, their fines, and they just pay them. So when you look at it, East District Court's costs are much higher than West District Court's costs, but the actual net cost to the county is very, very close, because East District Court brings in a lot more revenue. Which is why Goldendale, who has a significantly higher portion of the cases versus White Salmon and Bingen, actually, that's why that number went down so much, because the revenues are there.
I don't just want to add probation to this or anything else that without having a conversation with the cities, if that's what we so choose, to make sure they're aware of whatever's going on and not just here's the bill. I mean, I think it can be included if you were doing the math one way and now you're doing it another way, so the number dropped from 76 down to 24 and you're putting it back to 76. Okay, I mean, it should be a pretty easy yes for them.
For the city of Goldendale, that's an easy yes. When you look at the city of White Salmon and Bingen, it'll be more than what they have budgeted because of their percentages of probation. But if you'd like, I can go back and have that conversation.
I don't think it's gonna end up being a hard conversation, it's just a conversation. And whether it happens on this document or another document, it just seems weird to me to have it outside of this document.
Considering we started in July, this has not been the easiest conversation to have.
Well, to me, it's just kind of a conversation to let them know what's coming.
I mean, I agree with you. It's very easy to add it in here, and it's probably going to make it easier for Lee. When I did the averages for probation, it was based on the 5-year average because that's what she was able to get me. And that made a lot of sense because you have the 2020, 2021 years in there where things got really weird.
See, that's the hardest part to me is the way we're doing this now. Going forward, now she's gonna have to go get a 5-year study.
No, we can add it. We can only make it a 3 for probation. It's not very difficult. I don't think, I mean, it's easier.
To
You
me,
only
it'd
send
be
one
nice to
document,
just
you
have a
send one
money,
bill.
a number, and then you're adding CPI to it every year.
Well, no,
It's just done.
because see, you can't think about it like that because in many instances, right now, you look at the city of White Salmon and the city of Bingen. The police chief has a certain way of doing business. The prosecutor has a certain way of doing business, and their numbers are very, very low from their historic averages. When you look at court cases, when you look at probation, all of that is historically very low because of the current directive towards crime. That can change with a change in city council, a change in the police chief, and their proportionate share could become then.
That's where my problem is, because what, if they choose to not write a parking ticket or charge somebody for burglary, that's their choice, and that's fine, whatever they want to do, but that shouldn't get them out of paying for their share of court services that are here waiting for them when they so choose to use them. Because again, if they had to provide their own, they would be looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the fact that I'm charging you 16,000, get over it.
So that's, I guess you're making your own point that what we're doing is we're still giving them a huge benefit for the services that are provided in the actual, if you did a flat rate base cost. But I think it's a fair way to provide services. It's not a huge ton of work to run the numbers. I think this discussion in the last 7 months have been years worth of the same amount of work. And as always, I just want to be fair. I don't want them to.
Fair can be based off population too. It doesn't necessarily have to be based off number of people in the court system. Because you were providing services to this number of people, that's everybody that could have got a ticket.
If that's,
so you could technically do it for 4,000 people here and 4,000 people over there.
if that's the way you want to do it, you could triple or quadruple these numbers.
I understand that.
So you just said you don't want to hurt the impoverished area, but.
Well, you could triple one side's numbers and not hurt the other side by how you interpret. Fair is my argument.
If you would like to take this over and have these negotiations and run it, I've done the best I can do since July of last year to find something that's agreeable to the cities, that works for us, that's not overly onerous. And
right, the question, my point is, they don't know about the probation part. If the probation part really doesn't change the number from the last number they were okay with.
For one city, it does for the others.
You're the one that wants to charge probation, so I'm fine with doing the document without the probation charge. I mean, how much money is there, are we putting on the table? I don't know, I haven't seen the numbers.
Probation, you look at, what is it, 50, 20, I can probably, let's see if I got it in probation. Okay, percentage of the last 5 years on the net budget. So this is net budget. With our current net budget would be $43,753 for Goldendale. White salmon would be $17,015. Bingen would be $9,723. And that's on the 2023 net budget of $276,064. If we add one more case manager, which has been my firm belief we probably need to do, when you look at the total number of cases per case manager at the national average of about 50 cases per case manager, and right now our two people are running 150 cases. I think adding one more case manager would be the fair and appropriate thing to do. That would become $53,266 for Goldendale, $20,714 for white salmon, and $11,837 for Bingen. When you take that $50,000, $70,000, $84,000 of income, that pretty much pays for the case manager for the cities that's going to be in essence directed towards the cities. That was what I felt was fair and right with regards to it. And so if you add the 20,000 to the 53,000, that comes in right in line with the city of Goldendale, what they actually budgeted. The city of White Salmon, with the numbers that Lee gave us, it'll be about an extra $20,000. The city of Bingen will be an extra, well, the city of Bingen will be pretty close to square. Because, well, that was 9,000, 11,000. It'll be an extra $5,000 or so. And that would put our net budget for 2023 at $336,087. And that was with a full year. So it would actually be a little bit less than that because it'll be, we would include that in the supplemental budget. So actually, just adult. Juvenile goes through the whole nother thing. And to be clear, the issue is there's 349 active cases for 2 case managers, with one being a chief probation officer who also has the duties of administration.
How many, do you have it there, that how many cases for each city?
White Salmon is 4.9%, Bingen is 2.8%, and Goldendale is 12.6%.
You don't have the actual number of case count though.
Yeah, if I pull up the email.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Hold on.
I'm sold. I still don't know whether I can get behind a full-time case manager addition and not half of them being opioid settlement type of opioid counseling type of, because I think there's a.
The case manager will probably be doing a lot of that. Lee has her hand up.
When the money comes in from the cities, like the sheriff's jail, it goes to the sheriff's jail. The court costs that would come in would go to each of the district courts. How are we gonna divide out that other portion to probation?
Probably by its own one of these, I'm guessing. Because if they send one check, then we would have to internally separate it out where it goes. And it would go on as revenue. You know, if they send 2 checks, then it's probably easier to put it into the right account.
It'd be probably the same, whether, you know, what the figures are, we would have to
Enter it in as
just
a
enter it
revenue.
in 2 different parts when we make that deposit.
I mean, if we do off the 2023 net budget, we would be, in essence, raising the revenues of the probation department, 60-something thousand dollars out of a $276,000 budget, of which county taxes and pretty much the landfill cover. And we would have the same level of service in which they've been asking for that person. We are also going to be losing a long-term case manager who has lots of experience. And so you're going to get some savings on going from a step 10 to a step 1.
Right, but my argument is they've never asked for a full-time case manager, they only asked for a part-time case.
I thought they asked for a full.
No, because they were gonna use opioid money for part of it. So it was case manager / opioid person. And that's kind of the problem I see we have in our system, is they kind of help them here and then they get done with probation and really need to transfer to some kind of opioid counselor, and they get lost in translation running over to WAGAP for or wherever for the opioid.
Oh, we don't have it.
So that's what I'm saying. If we thought about adding that position, I still think we need to add it in a way that they asked for it, which is a part-time case manager and part-time opioid therapist, whatever the heck it was, that they actually asked for.
But it's going to be a full, I mean, you call it a case manager, but your job duties can be part of SUD use. Whatever.
Right, but it's also not fully funded. It doesn't necessarily have to be fully funded.
This will cover, if we go with that budget, this will cover that portion and more, and whether they work in substance use or transition.
Right, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about the money per se, because the same issue, if we go putting this money in there and don't give them another case manager. All I gotta do is put money back in my landfill fund.
Or you
So-
can put it into substance use or the behavioral health program
That's
or
what I'm
anything
saying,
else.
that's what I'm saying. So it's not really a money issue to me. I need to make sure that we're getting the best bang for the buck. And covering the best caseload we can cover, which to me is not full-time case manager, because that in history is one of the reasons why they made the Larry Barker change, to some degree.
Well, you have less now than you've ever had in the past because Larry was doing the administrative functions. And now you've tacked on those administrative functions on the chief probation officer. And so you can subtract all that time out of their ability to manage a caseload of 349.
Right, but their department has grown because it used to just be her. And then Steve was part-time, half-time litter, half-time probation. Because he was juvenile and litter, and then he became half-time adult and half-time litter, and now he's full-time adult. So they have raised already.
But you could also likely say that the number of people on probation has gone up because we put more time in probation, less time in the jail. And that's been a case.
Potentially, I don't know for sure, but yeah. I just don't know the case count difference over that time period. And again, I have trouble giving somebody more than what they ask for. If you ask for a part-time caseworker, and now I'm gonna give you a full-time, that's just hard for me to justify. I'm sure everybody would take a new employee. I could probably go hand out 20 employees in an hour.
So I think, being as it's a department that's underneath a separate elected, that the easiest thing to do is if we want to move forward with that third position that the cities are going to pay their portion of, which will cover almost our costs for that position. Then if I have full faith and credit that Courtney's going to continue doing all the amazing things she does, like creating this program that she's created, where they go in and they help the people on the substance use and all these different things that she's created that weren't there before, that she's doing, that if we give her the resources, she'll go do a great job. It will roll perfectly in with our outpatient therapy side when we create that, and hopefully it'll be a full wraparound. We just got a big grant to take behavioral health into the jail. And so when you look at, whether they're coming out on probation or they're coming straight out of the jail, and then we can wrap them around into our outpatient therapy program. The whole goal is to, and with what the work that the way, I guess I would say, the way that the judges are putting people on probation and community service and trying to lessen the amount of recidivism. I think we have a great opportunity here to have huge success stories in the county with regards to behavioral health, because every person on probation to me is a behavioral health issue. They're choosing bad behaviors. That's why they went to jail.
I think we have two discussions. Discussion of, are we gonna charge the cities the dollars? And then the discussion of, are we gonna use those dollars to hire an employee with it? Or are you trying to charge them a second set of dollars for a new employee?
No, I'm saying if we look at it with our 2023 net budget, with our current staffing, and we make no changes, this is what the cost would be. If we are looking at providing that service, because we know we're losing a longtime employee, we know that we need to hire someone between now and then to get them trained up. So we're going to eat that cost unless we include this other person in there, of which case, hopefully we can get somebody trained up for that position, and then hopefully we can bring the next person on.
But are the numbers you gave me of this $43,000 addition with status quo or adding a new employee?
The 43,000 is status quo. $53,266.63 is if we add a new employee. Of which case, that might be all probation, that might be mental health, that might be this.
As I said, to me, that's a separate discussion that we'll have down the road. I don't know that we have to have that discussion to create this document.
Well, I think it would be great because then at least you're talking to them about what that cost is going to be and whether we send them a bill this year or wait till next year and let them budget it in. I do know that we're giving a huge benefit to the city of Goldendale because they budgeted 75 and we're sending them a bill for 25. So if it's 53, you're right within budget. The cities of White Salmon and Benton, you're going to be over the budget of what they've estimated. But if you give them the option about, all the great things that we're trying to do here, we're trying to fix the behavioral health issue in the county, and it's however you want to go for. Or we just send them the bill for 4317 and 9, and we take that money and we spend it somewhere else in the general fund wherever we may see fit.
Oh, boy, you could spend it on probation and then put landfill funds back in landfill, is my point.
That's what I mean. Or spend it or put it into reserves. I mean,
My,
it's either.
my initial response, especially since we're a person down, and they don't even have a chance to argue, is that we move forward with the adding on the 43 part, that's fine, and the 20 and the 11. But keep the extra person and the extra bump, which, sorry, is the 20 and the 11, for further discussion.
So based on what I heard from Lee, my goal would be is we get this signed, we get this agreed to, we send them the bill because they're waiting for the bill. We have this discussion with them because this is going to affect their budget and it might take them a time to deal with that on whether they think they can get it done this year or next year or whatever. The conversation with Goldendale might look a lot different than the conversation with the city of White Salmon.
Do you want to have the probation discussion outside of the district court discussion?
Yeah, I think so, because
But I was asking earlier and you were like, no, lump it all together.
well, that was until Lee brought up the case of sending them bills and where that money goes and how that goes.
Like I said, I think they can, if they've already budgeted for it, we can take at least current staff this year and have ongoing discussion on if we raise the staffing levels and what does that look like.
But
And they need to
only
plan for
one
that
of
for the
them
next
has budgeted for this year. Only one. And they didn't budget for it. They budgeted for the costs of district court, not the net cost of district court.
Why did that change? That was White Salmon that didn't like that, right?
Didn't like what?
Cost of district court and changed, they wanted to change it to net of district court.
No, that was me trying to be fair. But one thing I never took into consideration is the revenues, if the cities get paid out on their revenues in a different way. But
Well, I guess I don't understand.
they don't do
If they go to
much.
court and the court issues a fine and they pay their fine, does that fine go to us or does that fine then get repaid to the cities?
I believe it gets prepaid to the cities.
Well, that's my point. So whatever fines the judges are levying goes to the cities to pay for their
Or the
court
state.
expenses that they don't have because we're covering it for them.
That would be an issue that
That's interesting.
potentially an issue.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It's a fair
It
point.
might be a money-making strategy. Uh-oh, I just opened up a can of worms.
I think it's a great question to have is what the courts remitted to the cities for their fines for the last year. Because they do it separate. I mean, the whole court thing is completely separate, but
I'm sure some of that fine goes to court costs for what they're doing, but some of it is remitted to the cities for law enforcement or whatever.
I
else
would
I'm sure,
also
so.
say the difference is that the cities have to cover their indigent defense as well as their
Medical.
prosecution themselves. And so any fines that they may bring probably doesn't even come close to covering their indigent defense costs. So
Okay.
with that, I don't think we need to make a motion. I think Lee has done great work here, and we can move on. Mr. Chairman, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, never mind. Oh, where'd this come from? Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve payroll warrants in the amount of 0 and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,122,511.50 for the date ending March 27th, 2023.
I would step down and second the motion to pay apparently the second half of the bills that we didn't get. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying the second portion of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would gladly make a motion to adjourn the regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners with the note that there is no scheduled workshop for this week. Unless you want to have one.
No, I'm going to be in a
You're out.
conference, yeah. So I will step down and second the motion to adjourn. Any discussion? Staff discussion? No discussion? Nobody else, directors, anybody online have discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We are adjourned.